This society will always be as a drunken of the wine. Controlling all the senses for understanding great divine. I will sense fire to this land.
Peace and blessings. This is your brother Gabar, and this is IAMFITPodcast. Men going God's way. Are you fit to go God's way? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Welcome on. Welcome on. Let me bring in my co-host, Brother Ricky. Brother Ricky, how we doing today, brother? How's life been treating you?
It's been a blessed week, Elder. Accomplished a lot. Got some good rest, and it was a great lesson and discussion that you had earlier this week with the one brother. And I just pray and hope that this message is able to get out to diverse amounts of people, because as this lesson that you have ascribed to have today, just like Esau leadeth, Jacob is, and so I just pray and hope that that lesson get out, and that it brings more people to understanding the importance of when the Word of God said, "Let everything be done in decency and in order." That is altogether what these discussions and these are aimed to be all purpose.
Well, amen, amen, amen to that. Yeah, I think the brother's going some places. I think he's young. I think he's hit 30. He is looking to get his PhD and eventually write some books on this matter. And these are the type of people you want to ally with. These are the folks that you want to connect with, because we agree a lot more than we did just disagreed. And I just felt that it was necessary for me to promote this guy and talk to this guy, because many people can get misled by even early church writings, one way or the other. And these extra biblical writings, it could sometimes guide people into directions or into a path that they can't get out of. I'm dealing with even the book of the Essenes, all of it. We have to be very careful. And anything that goes against the scripture, that contradicts the scripture, even if there may be an extra piece that hasn't been discovered or it hasn't come across your awareness that would resolve both contradiction, always lean on the Bible, on the books the book that the world called the Bible. That's always the safe. But it's interesting to talk about history. I'm a history buff. I love it. So check out that show. I think it's going to be, you guys going to like it. But today today I need to be very careful, because these are conversations that I think about that I think needs to be had, and are being had within the internet in a much higher level, much grander level than ever before. But I understand I'm a small fry in this big, I'm a small fish in this big lake of a world, and we have to be careful in what we say and how we say it, right? But I think the truth has to be said. That is one of the principles of men going God's way, that you must stand up for truth wherever you go. You must speak out when you see and witness corruption, when you witness theft, wrongdoing. It's when good men do nothing. Evil men prosper. So what we're going to be talking about today, and this is the information that we're going to be discussing today is information that I never really talked about in a grand scale, and this is a different spin or a different angle on why the conflict in the Middle East is happening. Why? When you are doing an investigation or a detective or you're doing a report, everything is important. The time, when, the place, where, the who was involved. All those things are important. But the thing that everyone wants to know is the why. The when, even the how it was done. The how, the where, the when. But the why someone is doing something speaks volume. I always tell people, keep asking yourself why you do things up to 7 times. Why do you do this? Because of this. Okay. Why? Okay. Why? You just keep asking yourself why, you get to the bottom of something. If you're honest with yourself. So why is now, and this is going, back to the conversation that the thumbnail that we put up, right? And the thumbnail is this: everyone is turning on so-called Israel / Edom, right? Obadiah 1:6. How are the things of Esau sought out, right? And how are his hidden things sought out, right? And now more than ever, and I'm seeing a lot on TikTok, a lot on Instagram, a lot on these, social media events, platform. Open, blatant accusation of the Israeli population or Israel as a country. Talk this documentary about Netanyahu and how he's a bad man, and even many of the Israeli citizens are speaking against him. I'm 53 years old. This never happened in my lifetime. That people are talking about these things in an open way. So what are we talking about, right? So I saw a video that I was like, okay, there may be something here, but let me, okay, that's an interesting theory. And of course, this video was with Andrew Tate. So I sit on this, or I come across these things, and I say, okay, I'm a type of guy that I need sources. I need evidence. I just don't go by just one person saying it. Even if that theory is a theory, I need multiple people coming up to the same conclusion or coming up to the same theory, because once you have independent people coming up to the same conclusion, that gives the validity to that or that theory, right? So this is a theory in which Mr. Andrew Tate brought out that I've been setting up for a while, that I was like, that's an interesting theory. But then digging in a little deeper, I realized, wait a minute, this guy is just not coming out with something out of his butt out of nowhere. He's actually onto something. So let me play this video, and then we're gonna comment him, and this is the premise of this conversation. This is true? This should be concerning for everybody. Fair use.
And seen as evil. That is their primary.
Matter of fact, let me start from the beginning. My apologies. Let me do this. Let me do this. And let me do this. Okay. Fair use.
Countries called. Bro, I'm going to go straight to jail. I'm going to go straight to jail. Let's imagine there was a country which was currently committing a genocide. But why are they committing the genocide so publicly? Because this country, let's say, had complete control and blockade of its enemy for a very long time. Why wouldn't they just make them all infertile by poisoning the food supplies? That would be very easy and nobody would know. Why wouldn't they just poison them slowly? Why wouldn't they just give them all turbo cancer in the medications that they were given? Why wouldn't they just build out a 10-year plan for the population to slowly decrease and eventually just fade away to nothing? There's no reason why they would have to do a big public execution. Why would they be doing this? That doesn't make sense. If the goal is primarily genocide, then the primary objective would be to not get caught. The primary objective would be to commit the genocide without anyone finding out about it so that anybody can talk about it. So if the goal is not genocide, what is the goal? Well, the goal is to be deemed and seen as evil. That is their primary objective. Why use, in this fictional country, why would they use military-grade weaponry on children, which is the height of evil incarnate, unless they wanted the entire world to see them as evil? Well, the answer is simple. By doing evil things, by having the entire world turn on them and seeing them as evil, what does it do to their native population? Their native population will sit there and say, well, everyone hates us now, so I guess we got to stick together. Nobody likes us. In fact, now it's more important than ever. If I'm a judge and you get caught, looking at kids online, child porn, I'm going to help you out because they're all against us anyway. We have to love each other because there's so much evil out there against us. So now we have to love each other. We have to unify. So by deliberately going out into the world and attracting evil, they are generating love in another place. This is what's extremely important for you to understand about the way the world actually works. Let's say this country is called.
So I've been sitting on this video for a while, and I was saying, maybe Andrew Tate is kind of going out in the limb here. I don't know if the Israelis are that crazy, right? Because he is right. Like, there is blatant genocidal behavior coming out of Netanyahu. He's not stalling. He's not stopping. He's going forward. Even Donald Trump is upset. And a few months back, he was like, they don't know what the heck they're doing. You can see his frustration. People see that, are hearing behind the scenes that Donald Trump doesn't like Netanyahu, and he's trying to work with him, but he's a difficult person to work with because all he wants to do is go to war and bomb places. We all see what happened with Charlie Kirk, that he started turning on Israel. And the reason why Israel supporters are turning on Israel is because they had no choice. The blatantly genocidal behavior that Netanyahu is displaying is forcing people to go against this country. Is it by design, though? So I'm doing a little more research, and I come across this guy here. This guy here, he is, to kind of give you a synopsis who he is a professor that he kind of like deals with history, and he's in an analysis in regards of like assessing history and how history repeats itself and in patterns and in behavior. And he could predict to some degree the future, or what he is saying, you could predict somehow the future by looking at the past, right? And he had a video. Why Israel wants the world to hate it. That's the title of this video. I'm not going to play behind the whole thing. Let me put the link if you guys want to see the video here. But let me go here. Right. So I got the link there. You guys could see it if you guys want to watch the whole thing. But he is looking and analyzing what Israel is doing, and he is assessing this is the reason why they're doing it. They want people to hate them. Right? And this is kind of new here. This is a new angle here. Why? Because the entire we got the ADL, we have different Jewish organizations that are there to protect and defend Israel. To create a propaganda scenario to explain all the horrific things that Israel's doing, right? So why is Andrew Tate and this gentleman, this professor, believe that Israel wants people to hate them? Are they onto something? I'm just putting something on the table here today. I'm not saying that I'm 100% agreeing with this or not, but this is an interesting thing because here you have two individuals that are coming up with the same conclusion. And there's more. Fair use.
Killed are in fact children. What is most striking or blatant about what's happening in Gaza is that we can all see it for ourselves. And it's almost as though the Israelis want us to see it and want us to hate them, right? You can see all over the world, popular opinion is turning against Israel. You have these popular protests all around the world protesting what is happening in Palestine. If they really want to do this, right, there are actually much more effective ways of doing this. For example,
so what he's saying, if they're looking for what he points there out because he's being, the word genocide or whatever, if they really want to do that, he said there are more effective ways to do this. And this is the reason why he has come to the conclusion from his expert opinion that this is a deliberate. They want the world to see the genocide behavior of Netanyahu in Israel and what they're doing. Now, for the record, not all Israeli citizens are down with this or agree with this. Matter of fact, many of them are protesting against this. And the Israeli population have to acknowledge and admit that there are a lunacy sect of Jews in Israel that are genocidal, crazy people running around wanting to usher in this new millennium or this, messianic age or some World War III to, I don't know what they're thinking. So this is what this professor is saying, that there could be better ways to do it if all they're looking is to get rid of the Gaza Strip and get rid of the Palestinians. They could have done this in a more stealth type of way. Why they blatantly are doing this, and his conclusion is they're doing this by design. Fair use.
You could just poison their water, or you could poison the air so that everyone in Gaza gets a fast cancer, right? We have the technology to do this. So Israel could do it this secretly and no one would talk about it. And in 20 years time, 30 years time.
And one thing I like about the Asian, and I don't like to be bringing out stereotypes, but they are very calculus type of cultural folks. Like they tell you like it is. They really don't care about your emotions. They just look at it, objectively, do the calculation and give you an answer. And they're good for that. I mean, it's just interesting to see people that are not Americans and are not coming from the West and are coming to the same conclusion as many are suspecting, that these people are murderous psychopaths. They need to be stopped. These delusional Zionists that want the world just to burn. Fair use.
The population of Gaza would all be gone. It would be a very secret, right? Instead, they choose to do this in front of the world. And my argument to you is that this is intentional. They want the world to hate them because by doing this, they create the ultimate taboo, right? We find this disgusting and contemptuous. So the entire world will unite against Israel. But guess what? That's what their religion wants. In the extreme form of Jewish eschatology or their religion, they believe that at the end of the world, Israel will fight the entire world and God will help Israel triumph in the end. So what's really happening in Gaza is that there are extremists within the Israel government who want to accelerate the process of the end of the world where Israel will face the world. If you think about it, the entire idea of this ritual sacrifice is to unite the Israeli population. And what's extremely disturbing and horrifying about it is that this works. Why? Well, let's use an analogy. Okay? The analogy is this. In Chinese history, the most popular military stratagem is to fight with a river behind your back. You guys have heard of this strategy, right? Where, an army is losing, it's being scattered by the enemy. So what the general does is forces the army to retreat to a river. And now with a river blocking your escape, you have a choice. You can either drown in the river or you can fight to the death. And most soldiers will choose to fight to the death. And so at this point, the soldiers are unified, they're galvanized, they're energized, and then they find a surge of energy to go and destroy their enemy. Okay, this is the most popular military stratagem in ancient Chinese history. And guess what? It's the same as Israel doing this right now in Gaza. It's the same logic. Yes?
Okay, so okay, I'm looking at this guy, right? And I'm looking at I'm digging even a little more. And I came across this particular video. This is a video of a gentleman. This man is Jonathan Pollock. He is the one who spent decades in jail for espionage against the United States. He was a U.S. Navy intelligence analyst who was arrested in 1985 and convicted for spying for Israel. Pollock passed classified U.S. documents to Israel and was sentenced to life in prison. He served about 30 years before being released on parole. He, in 2015, in 2020, he moved to Israel after his parole was reduced, right? With restrictions, was lifted, right? What is he saying? Is he sorry? Is he apologizing? Is he well, let's see what he's saying, right? Let me do this real quick. Let me just revamp this real quick. Okay. Let me do this. Fair use.
Bluffing. We go forward with it. We have the right to use any and all weapons in our disposal, academically speaking, nuclear weapons. And I'm tired of using euphemisms. I'm tired of saying, well, we have something, in the basement, but we won't be the first to introduce nuclear weapons in the Middle East. It's enough already. I said, no, let me bring you back to October 1973, during the Yom Kippur War, when Henry Kissinger instituted an arms embargo against us. And what happened? An A-4 Skyhawk was parked at Tel Nof Air Base with some interesting weapons under its wings. And we told the Americans, take your eye in the sky and take a good look at the airplane that's on that runway.
So in other words, we threatened their...
We threatened to use unconventional weapon. I'll leave it at that. And so he said, is this what you want us to threaten now? I said, absolutely, except this time I want us to go forward with it if necessary.
So this is a guy, and he still is in Israel. So yeah, we believe we own the right to defend ourselves. Now remember, the professor, he said that in their religious eschatology, they believe that at the end of the world, the entire world is going to go against Israel, right? And this guy is the guy who gave sensitive information to Israel, and he's talking about that we own or we preserve the right to use nuclear capabilities in the end of if we getting attacked or we feel that Israel is going to be invaded. And all you have to do is go to Wikipedia this is open information. This is not. I knew this about a few years ago, but I didn't know this was declassified and it's now open source information, right? So, Brother Rick, if you don't mind, if you could read this real quick.
All right. The Samson option is Israel's deterrence strategy of massive retaliation with nuclear weapons as a last resort against a country whose military has invaded and or destroyed much of Israel. Commentators also have employed the term to refer to situations where non-nuclear, non-Israeli actors have threatened conventional weapons retaliation. The name is a reference to the biblical Israelite judge Samson, who pushed Salakia apart the pillars of a Philistine temple, bringing down the roof and killing himself and thousands of Philistines who had captured him.
So there is a policy, and there was a book written about it called the Samson Option. If you could read that real quick, Brother Ricky.
The Samson Option, Israel's Nuclear Arsenal and American Foreign Policy, is a 1991 book by Seymour Hersh. It details the history of Israel's nuclear weapons program and its effects on Israel-American relations. Salakia. The Samson Option of the book's title refers to the nuclear strategy whereby
I'm sorry. Let me, because my wife was texting me. But you guys could go and read that on your own. Basically, this Samson option is basically, if we can't win, nobody's winning. If we're going to lose, everybody's going to lose. And I'm just finding this out now because when I was a young man, especially in the 80s and the 90s, I remember the whole thing about JFK. Who killed him, right? And it was literally maybe this year or last year that the rumor came out that Mossad was involved. I never heard that until now. I heard about the CIA being involved. I heard about Cuba, the mob being involved because they were getting kicked out of Cuba. Who else? Russia, because the guy who supposed to have killed Lee Howard, whatever his name is, was I think a Russian citizen or Russian diplomat or something with Russia. He had do citizen with Russia or something of that nature. There was all kinds of conspiracy. Who was it? But Israel was never one of them until now. And why is that? Well, who is this guy? And what is he saying? Let's play this video. Fair use.
Very surprising series of letters between Kennedy and David Ben-Gurion, not only the premier of Israel, but the founder of Israel, in which they're very angry letters, in which Kennedy is saying to Ben-Gurion, I'm killing myself trying to get a nuclear test ban treaty. I've even got de Gaulle on board, and that's impossible. And you keep testing in Dimona. You've got to stop. And then Ben-Gurion, thank you, in so many words says, it's easy for you to say sitting in Hyannisport. I'm sitting with the Arabs all around me, and you want me to give up nuclear testing. And Kennedy threatened him. And he threatens him in such a way that Ben-Gurion resigned. And I will tell you that I found articles, not in any crackpot publications, but in very sophisticated publications saying, forget Lyndon Johnson, forget the CIA, forget Fidel Castro. The Mossad killed Kennedy because they were so upset over what he did to Ben-Gurion.
Why is this not front page news? This is way more important than the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This is more important than immigration and ICE. And why is this not Fox News, CNN, CNBC, all the major corporate news channels are even having an interview or a conversation about this? It's not like what this guy is saying. This guy is he is he's in charge of the archives. Martin Sandler. He's the editor of the letters of John F. Kennedy. He's kind of like in charge of keeping his archives and everything that he wrote. He said it's like his who keeps the records, JFK's records and so forth, so on, right? He's saying this. But is this something that has not already come out? I was able to obtain this very easily online through social media, actually X. These are non-classified, or has become non-classified, writings about this very subject. This is the United States Secret Service, Secret Service Treasury Department. And brother Rick, if I highlighted a part in the bottom, if you could read that on top, if you don't mind, for the information of all offices, if you don't mind.
Okay, just the yellow part.
No, the whole thing, if you don't mind. Yeah, from on top. What could you read? Not everything. I just want for people to kind of get the context.
Okay. For the information of all offices concerned 21266, advised on November 26, 1963, that he had heard that one Tom Mosley allegedly had been attempting to negotiate a sale of machine guns to one Homer S. Echevarria, and that Echevarria allegedly made a comment the day before the assassination of President John F. Kennedy that we now have plenty of money. Our new backers are Jews. As soon as we or they take care of Kennedy.
Right? Why is this not a news? Why this is not front page news? But there's more, right? Let's read this.
All right. In the way of background, the control file was created to give us the opportunity of closely monitoring our liaison with Angleton on a variety of matters which were not reported through normal CIA channels. CIA directors permitted Angleton to run several intelligence projects, many of them with the Israeli intelligence services.
So this was something that is known that they were working together, and there's classified conversation that has been released that gives the impression that the Mossad was using or was involved with the assassination of the United States president, one of the United States president, John F. Kennedy. Why is this being now exposed? Why is now this is something that we can talk about so freely? Is Andrew Tate and this Professor Yang, are they on to something? Are they on to looking at, because it's all about strategies, right? It's about analysts, right? You bring analyze this to analyze something, war, economics, right? How long things usually last, what is the trend, what's trending, and how those trends are going to affect the future. There are being constantly white papers on people saying, this is what we predict is going to happen in the future. Now, for the record, those predictions sometimes don't come true. They don't always get it wrong. But sometimes they get it right. Many collapse of empires, corporations were predicted prior to their collapse by analysis. Those that analyzed or are experts in those fields, right? So, if that does happen, if this is true, right, we're going to go into some biblical understanding. now I think I have a better understanding, because let's go to, for instance, Isaiah chapter, is it chapter 14, when it talks about is it, no, 12 and 14, right? The sun, Lucifer, the son of the morning. Is it 14? 14, is it? The Lord, that's much, yeah. Right. So when we go here, let's go to let's go to start of verse 12. Leviticus,
All right.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12.
All right. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations?
Who did weaken the nations, right?
For thou hast said in thy heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of the Most High. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north.
In the side of the north,
I will ascend above the heights of the cloud. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms, that made the world as a wilderness and destroyed the cities thereof, that opened not the house of his prisoners?
So on who we could say this, right? And yeah, we could say, oh yeah, it's the white man, the United States of America. Yeah, I get that. But let's look at all the world wars and who was involved and why we started it and why it began. World War One. The communists assassinated the Tsars of Russia, and that started World War One. Who was running the Communist Party? The small hats. And this is not a secret. It's known. And then that kind of sparked World War One. What sparked World War Two? The conflict between the National Socialist Party of Germany and the Jews worldwide, world Jewry. In 1933, the world Jewry declared war on Germany. And then eventually America got involved. And if my theory is true, and Andrew Tate and Professor Jan's theory is true, or if that theory is true, which I'm kind of leaning on these days, and I know it's a crazy theory that the Zionist folks, the people in the dark, the people in the back controlling the Israeli government, the people that are controlling Netanyahu, want people to hate Israel, want people to despise Israel, want people to stand up against Israel, and want the entire world to hate Israel. To the point of what? To go to war against Israel? And then they're going to activate the Samson option, the nuclear Samson option, which is if we're going to get invaded, we're going to kill the entire world. And then is when they're going to be exposed. And then is when people are going to say, yet thou shalt be brought down to the hell in the side of the pit. They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee, saying, is this the man that made the earth to tremble? How do you make the earth to tremble? To the Samson option that did shake kingdoms. How do you shake kingdom? To the Samson option, and made the world as a wilderness and destroyed the city thereof. How can you do that? Nuclear destruction. Boy, so if they're going to, if they want to, it's that song, I'm coming now. If they're going to come out, they're going to come out with a bang that no one is going to deny. Ain't going to be no theory anymore. And for the record, every single person, Jew or Gentile, black, white, brown, yellow, or any other persuasion, if you give your life to Christ, you will be saved. For the record. But there needs to be a bad guy. Right? If good can be found in the scripture, it could be centralized ultimately in the Holy Bible. This is where it's good. This is the source of good, God's word. Where is the source of evil? It has to be somewhere. It has to exist somewhere. They made the world a wilderness, and destroyed the city thereof, that opened not the house of the prisoners. Right? Verse 18, right? All the kings of the earth, even all of them, lie in glory, everyone in his own house. But thou art cast out of the grave like an abominable branch, and as the remnant of those that are slain. Because, the Samson option is what? I'm going down too, but I'm taking down everybody with me. Let's read Obadiah, Brother Rick, if you don't mind.
All right. Obadiah 1:1. The vision of Obadiah. Thus saith the Lord concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Most High, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen, thou art greatly despised. The pride of thy heart have deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the clefts of the rock, whose habitation is high, and saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt myself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith the Lord. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Will they not have stolen till they have had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, will they not leave some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought out?
So why is the Bible always focused on Esau hide himself, his seed is spoil, he will be revealed, he will be exposed? Why? Because they're always hiding. Right? Brother Ricky, you sent me, I think, do you have that video with Mr. What's his name? You sent me the video earlier today. With what's his name? What's the guy's name? You sent me the video. George Soros, right?
Yes, sir.
That he pretend to be a Christian. He's not religious, but he pretend to be a Christian to escape the Holocaust or whatever, right? And he goes into why it was necessary, and it kind of goes into his psyche. You could look at his eye. He has no soul, right, in his eyes, right?
Right.
But that's it. It's the MO. Not all, but we need to address the bad ones, the ones that are diluted and corrupted, right? Let's continue reading.
Verse 7. All the men of thy confederacy have brought up thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him.
So all the people that were his allies are turned on him. So what this means is America's going to turn on Israel eventually. That's what these analysis and these experts are saying, that Israel wants to bring World War III. Israel wants the world to be against them. They want to go. They're picking a fight with the world. That's why they're not listening to Donald Trump. That's why they never listen to any president. They just say, give me the money. Yeah, okay. And they move. They're gonna still do whatever they want to do. Right? So are we seeing this unfold? And Esau's MO is he's always hiding among the nation. And what is the brilliant, diabolical idea of Esau? To hide himself around the number one nation, the nation of Israel. God-chosen people. It's a brilliant idea. Diabolical. I couldn't come up with a better idea. It creates a protection of a cloak of protection. They create the victimization narrative. And I'm reading, in regards of this, the reason why I came out with this conversation today, because I have seen a lot of more that I don't want to bring out, that even all the other times in which they have been kicked out, they themselves had exposed themselves to be kicked out because they want that narrative of, look, they're kicking us out. That's part of their taking advantage of that too as a narrative. They expose that too. And it says it happens in a time period of every year, every 80 years you get kicked out. It takes about 80 years, give or take.
Double of 40.
Exactly. Right? Let's continue.
And just one more thing to bring out, Elder, is that a lot of people don't know that during the time when the small hats were in Germany, when Hitler was when Mr. H, Mustache, was in charge, before he did what he did, people don't know that he called the United States and asked, could he kick them out and send them to the United States? And he asked Europe. Both the United States and Europe said, no, we don't want them here, because they knew how they operated. So just for people to know who get their pants in the bunch about Mustache, understand before he went in. I'm not saying he was right for how he went about things, but he called the United States of America and he called Europe to bail them out of his country for things that they did. And both of them denied it. He said, you know what? I'm gonna do what I gotta do for my people.
Yes, sir. And what I'm hearing, all of that was, the reason why it's called a Holocaust is because it's a Hebrew word for sacrifice. Those people that were there were sacrificed. Now, I don't believe that these chambers were gas chambers. I don't believe that. I believe that was made up by the small hats. And I believe that they needed to demonize Hector to the point that they would not, because it's like this. If after World War II, people would clear their heads and say, okay, what happened? Why did Hector went crazy against the small hats? That would expose them. So what they did is they wanted to demonize him to the point that no one will really investigate him. That's why I remember when I was a young man, there was always like every so often I came across an individual claiming that the Holocaust never happened. I was like, oh, this guy's crazy. Or this was never happened. Or World War II is like, and I thought this was God, he was just delusional. But eventually I realized that all you need to do is actually do the research and realize that everything you've been taught about World War II was a lie. That Hitler didn't want to conquer the world. Hector didn't want to conquer the world. He didn't want to exterminate the small hats. He wanted to get rid of the small hats because they believed they were a threat and they were associated with communism. It's a totally different scenario, but they wanted to demonize him to the point that even if someone is telling a lie about him, and you know it's a lie, by you defending him or defending or promoting the truth against the lie, it will come across as you are a Hector sympathizer. And then that became a thing of like, they could say whatever they want. The whole thing about, oh, they took our skin and made soap out of it, all a lie. All of it was a lie. Oh, they were into like experiments and all that was a lie. So it's and we have to even be very careful a lot about the whole thing about the secret society, Illuminati, secret, families and yada yada yada, because it's really the small hats. So then, if you could keep it that simple as a genetic people, and the bankers, the people they know field, not every single person of that race, but a good portion of it, then we don't have to go into this rabbit hole. Who are these mysterious family? We could see them. We could identify them. Right. So I think a lot of that is this is true. If this theory is true, they are deliberately want people to hate them and want people to go against them. That means we are seeing the infant stage of the beginning of the world, right? Of the end of the world, the beginning of the end of the world, rather, right? So let's continue reading, right? Let's pick it up at verse 8.
Okay. Shall I not in that day, saith the Lord, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau?
Why? Because Esau is wise, because he's a hunter. When you're a hunter, you have to analyze, you have to get data, you have to know how depth things are, how deep things are. You have to get information, data. So they're wise. They're smart. I'll give them that.
Cunning.
But right? But on that day, the Most High said, where is the wise men of Teman? The meaning is what? They're wise. They're smart, right? Let's continue.
Verse 9. And thy mighty men, O Teman, shall be dismayed to the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter.
Uh-huh.
For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever.
And our brother Jacob, right? Because of your brother Jacob, shame will cover thee. And who is his brother Jacob? Us. Right? Let's continue.
And just one thing, Elder, brothers and sisters, do not let verse 8 and 9, don't allow other people to use it as a weapon. Esau is going as if it's going to be all of Esau. It's going to be a minute of everything, and is the way that we view things. Remember, our thoughts are not the Most High's thoughts, and our ways are not His. So for those that got that hatred in your heart for quote unquote white men, Esau, it ain't gonna, because say that to his his power and take you down with him.
Yeah, and and also what people need to understand as well, that the small hats, and I think you sent me this, Ricky, about is this the video that you sent me? The video with, I emailed that to myself. The video where the small hats is talking about who they believe is Esau. Did you send me that via email?
I think I did.
Yeah, you did. Here we go. They believe Edom, that Esau is. Let me go here. Let me get it real quick. That Esau is the European structure. So, in the same way as the Hebrew Israelite community views, let me go here, as the Israelite community view the entire white race as Esau and the evil empire that must be destroyed. The small hats look at the white Christian world as Esau as well, and they're looking to destroy them too. Matter of fact, all of this was going on is because they want to get rid of their competition. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So if you have white people that are, you may consider Edomites or not, whatever you may consider them, and they believe in Christ, they're also in danger of these Amalek small hats. It's Esau against Esau. Is a nation divided cannot stand. That's what we're seeing right now. The destruction, the end of their empire. That's why we cannot just look at them and paint them with a white brush, right? This is not for us to promote hate. That's very important. But we have to watch. We have to read these scriptures, these prophecies, and see where they're fitting in today. And if this is true, this theory is true, that they are looking to start up World War III, and they're not going to stop. Doesn't matter what Donald Trump does. They're going to continue. And if Donald Trump is going to try to stop them, or the European powers are going to try to stop them, they're going to introduce the Samson option as a last result. How is the world going to look like in a world when they are using nuclear destruction? Because if they stop bombing people are going to bomb them. And they're using nuclear destruction, people are going to use nuclear destruction. Now we understand why they're very adamant, the small hats, Israel, the Israeli government, in having or Iran not having a nuclear capabilities, because they become competition, right? So let's see this real quick. Fair use.
Hello. In this week's Torah portion, Devarim, the Israelites are positioned to enter the land of Israel. But to do so, they must pass through the land of the Edomites, south of the Dead Sea. The Edomites are the descendants of Edom, who is also known as Esau, Jacob's evil twin. The Edomites refuse passage, so God tells the Israelites to leave the Edomites alone and bypass them. Quote, "And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the people, saying, You are to pass through the border of your brothers, the children of Esau who live in Seir. They will be afraid of you. Be very careful. You shall not provoke them, for I will not give you of their land, no, not so much as the breadth of a single foot, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau as an inheritance." Unquote. Why is God being so protective of the Edomites? Isn't Esau a bad guy? One answer is provided in the Torah. Quote, "You will not hate an Edomite, for he is your brother." Unquote. Okay, brotherhood is worth something. But that cannot be the whole story, because our tradition paints Esau as the very epitome of wickedness. The Talmud says, quotes, Rabbi Yohanan said that wicked man Esau committed 5 sins in a single day. He dishonored a betrothed maiden, he committed a murder, he denied God, he denied the resurrection of the dead, and he spurned his birthright. Unquote. Moreover, our tradition tells us that the Edomites are the ancestors of the Romans, and indeed of all Europeans and the entire Christian world. The Midrash says, quote, 2 orphans were left to Esau, namely Remus and Romulus. And you, God, gave permission to a she-wolf to suckle them, and afterwards they arose and built Rome. Unquote. Now, the Romans and their successors, the Byzantines, dominated the land of Israel for 7 centuries, from 63 BCE, when Pompey conquered Jerusalem, to 638 CE, when the Muslim Caliph Omar ibn Khattab conquered Jerusalem. The Romans oppressed the Jews, destroyed their...
And let me show you this particular video. This is the video that I was looking for. Let me get it here. Okay. This is the video I was looking for. This is what they're saying.
In other words, Esau, who is Edom, who is Rome, who is Christianity, who is Western civilization. And we know, as I said before, that Esau is divided into 3 parts. There's the gaiva, the arrogance, which is communism, Russia. And then there is the mirma, the fraud, the imposter, which is Europe, of Esau. And then there is the taiva, the pleasure, is, of course, America. That's why you have 3 parts of Western civilization.
Right. So, and when you look at other areas, right, and let me go here. Hold on. Let me go back here. Okay. Let me go here. Okay. Let me go here. Okay. Perfect. So, and this is how we have to start looking at it. We cannot take a side one way or the other, but the way we choose allies is if they believe in Christ and if they are applying those principles in which Christ established, right? You're saying, I believe in Jesus, that's not enough, because even Christ says, in that day, many will come to me and say, Lord, Lord, have we not, prophesied in your name, or have we not done good works? And he said, he's going to return and say, hey, get away from me, you workers of iniquity. You have to believe in Christ, and you must be workers of righteousness. So if the workers of iniquity, those Christians that are Christians or believing or saying they believe in Christ, but are workers of iniquity, right? Those are the ones we have to reject. And how do we know they are workers of iniquity? You will know them through their fruits. You will know them through their fruits, right? And that's what we have to look at, right? That's what we have to examine, right? So let's continue reading the book of Obadiah, because I want to, read some more, but I want to focus on this, right? Let's continue.
All right. Verse 11. In the day that thou stoodest on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captives his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou as one of them. But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother in the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction. Neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yeah, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction in the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldest thou have stood in the crossway.
And what is this talking about? Nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. What is this talking about in particular? Right? What is this mentioning? What is this referring to? Right? Let's go into real quick Ezekiel, right? Chapter 30. I want to say, let's start at 35. Let me go here real quick again. Sorry, 2 seconds. Let me get it real quick. Ezekiel 35. Right? What is this talking about? Right? So let's go down to when Esau says these two mountains are mine to conceive, to receive, or now cities are approach with hatred, and I make it sound the most desolate. And I felt that it could be 36. So let me get it real quick. These two nations. Let me get it real quick. Hold on. These two nations. I think it's in 35, 36. Yeah, I think it's in 36. Yep, here we go. Therefore, ye mountains of Israel, hear the word of. No, I think it's 35. I think it's 35. Mount Seir, these two nations are mine. And if any scholars know the scripture, you can tell it to me. Let me get it. Hold on 2 seconds. Let me do this.
Verse 10.
Verse 10?
Chapter 35,
and 30,
verse 10.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, there you go. There you go. See this? What happens when you get old? You forget. Okay, here we go. Verse 10. Here we go. Okay. This is what it's talking about. The substance when your brother was in their calamity, you took this substance. What is the substance? Verse 10 of chapter 35 Ezekiel, because thou hast said, these two nations and these two countries shall be mine, and we will possess this, whereas the Lord was there. Right? So this is what it's talking about. You should not have taken your brother's substance when he was in his calamity, right? So let's continue reading.
Verse 14. Neither shouldest thou have stood in the crossway to cut off those of his that did escape. Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress.
And we need to understand there is nothing that we could do to stop these prophecies. So when people say, is this the man that made the earth tremble and desolate in the desert, in the wilderness? It's because the earth is already a wilderness. They're going to succeed in their crazy, diabolical plan. All we have to do is stand with the Most High in Christ, keep his commandments, stay pure and heart and mind, and just simply get out the way. That's all we need to do. Be ye separate. And one of the major things that we have to start combating and walking away from is from the concept of being supported by currency or dollars. That we could survive without money, without their military grip on the entire world. Right? So let's continue reading.
All right. And also remember that, during this time period, also, brothers and sisters, do not let the hurricane of life or the chaos that they are causing to draw you away. All the different vices of politics and the different ways of living and the mess. Stop getting emotional. Stop allowing these things of man versus woman and the black man and the black woman versus each other and all this other stuff, and stop allowing this stuff to rip us apart. We need each other. It says, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one power." He's not playing. on both sides of the spectrum. That's why it says this walk is a very fine line, it's a narrow. So stay focused. Stop being shaken because this happened, and now you done got emotional, and then for you brothers that got weak because you only had a woman in your life and you ready to crash out, or you said it's about this, you stepped on my shoes, and all. Man, chill out with all that. Right now it's time to learn, study, exercise these laws, statutes, and commandments, get with like-minded brethren, learn to build, galvanize y'all forces, know the things you need to do, because we ain't got no land. We ain't growing our own crops so we can feed our people healthy stuff. We ain't got our own buildings where we could house our own people. We ain't got our own internet where we could broadcast our own stuff. Remember, Satan is the prince of the air. So let's operate, be wise as serpents, harmless as doves. Number you that day.
Amen, amen, amen. And also, I got the link in the description. If anybody wants to come in, they're more than welcome. If they see things a little different, if they agree or disagree, or agree in some and not in others, I want to hear from you. All right, so let's continue reading.
Verse 15. For the day of the Lord is near upon all the heathen, as thou hast done. It shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thy own head.
So this is brilliant why Esau has hid himself among his own brother Jacob, because now he is pretending to be the victim in who he had, and this applies to him. But people will not look at him when this is being read, because people are thinking that he is Jacob and he is the victim. In regards of this particular chapter, that Obadiah wrote a prophecy about the evil Edomites attacking the poor Jews. Right? So it's brilliant. It's a brilliant strike, because you're not looking at them. But let's look at who were in charge of slavery in the slave ships in the markets. The small hats. Who was involved and who is involved right now in trying to usher wars and things of that nature? Who was involved in the rap industry and the gangster rap industry? Who was behind these rappers that were bringing negativity in our community and kicking out the positive rap out of that culture? Isn't that the small hats? So now they are putting themselves as Jacob. So when you're reading about them, you're not thinking about them. Pretty brilliant, actually. And they have been able to separate themselves from the much larger European population and put all the blame on them. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Let's continue.
And also, people, pay attention to these terms. You got Jew, but then now they claim Jewish. Mount Zion, Zionist. Pay attention to all these suffixes that are used. Okay?
Yeah.
Pay attention to it.
Yeah. Yep. Amen. So let's continue reading. I think we have Brother Daniel Alexander with us. Brother Daniel, peace and blessings, brother. How we doing? What you got to add to this conversation? What say you?
Peace and blessings, my beloved elder.
Is on mute. If you could unmute your end.
I can hear him.
You could hear it?
Yeah.
Let's see here. I could not hear it in my end. Wait a minute. He's buffing in my end. I don't know what that means. Hold on, 2 seconds.
Maybe I need to turn off my YouTube.
Come on and come back in, Brother Alexander. Maybe that will fix it. I cannot hear you, and maybe that will fix it. Okay. So let's continue reading, and then when Alexander comes back, we'll bring him back. So let's continue.
All right. Verse 16. For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen drink continually. Yeah, they shall drink, and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been.
Okay, Brother Alexander, I think you're back. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
All right. Okay. So what you got to add to this conversation? What say you?
Yes, sir. I would like to start by saying, peace and blessings, beloved elder. Peace and blessings, beloved brother Ricky. It is absolutely good to see you guys on another blessed Shabbat.
Amen. Thank you, brother. So what do you think? I don't know if you saw the first half of this conversation. You know, what there is out there in the ether and the internet that the Israeli government, that the whole thing about Gaza and why it's being exposed now in regards of the genocide that's happening in Gaza, that there is a deliberate plan by Israel or the Israeli government to expose them because they want the world to be angry at them, because eventually what they want or what they're planning is to go to war with the entire world, because they may believe or they believe that their Messiah is going to come save them or what have you, which is, crazy. And if that is true, if that's what they believe, what does this mean for us? And Ed, do you believe it may be true? And if you believe it's true, how can we prepare for it?
I have never in my life heard of an angle like that. And being just now introduced to it, I can see it, being very much true. Because like you said, scripture has to be fulfilled. And so it says the testimony of Christ is the spirit of prophecy. And so where we can see things align in prophecy, we can examine truth. And the way that plays out as far as getting the whole world to hate Israel so they can galvanize under one accord and usher in this Masonic, this Antichrist figure of theirs and, combat the whole world, it plays perfectly into prophecy. So, yeah, I can say there's validity to it. Definitely, I'm going to have to do more research and have more conversation about it just to see where I can kind of, pick out any cracks if there is any, or add to it if I need to. But yeah, and then how to prepare for it. Plain and simple, it's the scriptures. And it's like what Brother Ricky had said. He said, let's not get caught up into all these different distractions. Let's stay focused on the game plan, which is the scriptures. My little brother told me something. I was gonna put it in the chat, but it has always stuck with me. He said, "Daniel, this ain't a thinking man's belief." I thought that was so funny. In the context of let's not reinvent the wheel. Like we have everything we need in the Bible. We don't need to try to add things right here, add things right there. Everything is already laid out. So as long as we operate in obedience instead of sacrifice, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. And so that would be my exhortation to brothers and sisters.
Well, thank you, brother, because I think it is a situation that, how does a post-nuclear world looks like? I grew up in movies, right? That Mad Max, the Thunderdome, after the war, everybody's trying to pick up the pieces and so forth, so on. There's still some form of civilization because nuclear destruction, it does damage an area for many years, but it's depending. Some places are going to be worse than others, obviously, right? And if this is true, and Israel is, and it may be the opposite. It may be that they're not planning what this analysis has figured out, and what Andrew Tate is maybe looking at this, is that it's not they're looking to be exposed because they want to go to war, but maybe God is creating or shifting their mind or creating madmen out of them because they're so obsessed with their agenda that they don't care that they are being exposed. That makes sense? And the same
Yeah.
and the same outcome is going to happen anyway, regardless whether
Yeah.
they're doing this deliberately or they're looking to hide it, but God is exposing them, but they're not seeing. It's like, it's like the emperor has no clothes. You're looking behind him like, this is the king, this is the guy, the big emperor. We thought he was a big bad wolf, right? It's kind of like the whole concept that regardless whether it's planned or not, it's going to still be the end result because everybody is turning on them.
Right. And to touch on that with a couple of precepts, of course, Jeremiah 49:7, I think it was, is there no more wisdom in Taman? And it goes down to the hidden things of Esau shall be brought out. And then you go to Revelation, I'm sorry, Isaiah 47, it says, uncover the thigh, make bare the leg.
Right.
And so we see that prophetically, this great empire will eventually be seen for the treacherous disposition that it truly has. And so, yeah, that could very well be the case. I also think about how in that day, I forget which prophet it is. It's one of the majors. It talks about how they shall remember their nature in regards to Ishmael. And so I can only think that in that time, like things are, the Most High is going to be having hooks in these people's mouth to really, really pursue their hearts kind of thing, And so, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. And the question is, how does that work? Are we preparing for a post-nuclear world?
Okay, so when you talk about post-nuclear world, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You were saying?
I've actually looked at what that looks like, and so I think it's a radiation that it affects like the ozone layer, and it brings forth like a nuclear winter. And so it'll be freezing cold. There will be no foliage. This will take place for like decades, and then food, like there'll be certain parts to where you have to worry about radiation, poisoning. There's so many different things that go into that, and so like, are we prepared for a nuclear winter and things of that nature? I would say like some more than others, but like truly, when you talk about that quote that weak men create hard times, then it takes hard men to come from those times to create good times, and then we're in the era of like the easy way, because as bad as it is being in America, I can still go to Whataburger.
Right.
I can still go to Whataburger. I can just walk down there, but I'm still comfortable. So like, I don't know. And like loss, the concept of loss is so detached from me. I mean, heck, yeah, I might get punched in the face or kicked in the gut sparring, but at the same time, like, I don't know what actual like, struggle or pain is. So I don't think any of us in America can truly relate to something like that. So, that's just my.
Right. But I believe that if my theory is right, or this concept is right, that Israel wants to want people to hate them so that they could unify together and then kind of usher in, scripturally speaking, prophetically speaking, the end of the world as they see it, right? Because you got prophecy and then you got prophet interpretation. And sometimes different people may have a different interpretation of those prophecy. And then I don't know, there was a video that's been out there of Netanyahu meeting a famous rabbi, and the famous rabbi was ushering like, you gotta enhance the prophecy, you gotta bring the Yeshua by, you gotta like expedite it, so I mean, think about it. Put us in that predicament. We are leaders of Israel. We believe we're Israel. We believe that the book is talking about us. And we have the power to usher in the new millennium will usher in this new, this prophetic understanding, and they believe part of their deliverance is the world coming against them for their God to come and save them. That's a scary narrative. If you control the button of the nuclear, button, you understand what I'm saying? That's a crazy narrative that you're saying. I want to usher in a world conflict against our people, right? Because if the world goes against Israel, I don't see. That's why I'm hesitant to 100% agree with this theory that they want usher in, because it's suicide, pretty much. So it is, and then just because we say, yeah, that's suicide, we should not dismiss it, because and the Bible says that God is going to give them a strong delusional, right? That they will believe a lie.
Mhm.
When you're delusional,
Mhm.
and I see that sometimes. I see that. I see. I was speaking to a brother that, I don't want to get into, because I want to continue having this conversation with him in the private. I don't want to offend him in any way. But what I'm saying is that, sometimes people get caught up with something, a doctrine or a belief that it sounds good and it feels good, feels right. And sometimes you come across a doctrine that goes against what you believe and what you believe is right and what you believe is true. And you start getting delusion about the evidence that you see that speaks against you. You start looking to, discredit it, or sometimes say, looking for a different interpretation, going to the Hebrew, going to the Greek, where it could mean also this, it could mean also that. You could get delusional when you fall in love with an idea, and do these people believe that they are God chosen people the same way we believe we're God chosen people, and they're delusional about it, like they're willing to go and usher in this world war because they believe that their Messiah is going to come. And we can underestimate the power of delusion, and we cannot underestimate, that we'll probably be doing the same thing that we were in their shoes in a different kind of way. We don't know what we will do. Right?
Can I touch?
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I just want to touch on the power of delusion. I had watched Kevin Samuels not too long ago, and he was bringing out like the hardcore statistics, and it was in regards to the sister, and she was she was saying, but my gut feeling, and he said, wait, so you're saying that if you have empirical starch evidence in front of you, and that is proven to be fact, that if your gut feeling tells you otherwise, you're going to go with your gut feeling? She said yes. He said, do you have a son? She said yes. And he almost, you could tell he almost started to cry. And he said, are you going to teach your son this? She said, yeah. and so when we talk about the power of delusion, that stuff is on some sorcery, like it is on some it's unfathomable.
Yeah.
And like you brought the perfect precept that they strong delusion that they should believe a lie, and the Most High's word is not going to return to him void. He said, and in regards to us, he said, make the heart of this people heavy, lest at any times they see with their eyes, hear with their ears, understand with their hearts, be converted, and I should heal them. So the Most High even put a veil on us. He don't even want to deal with all of us. And so when it comes, and we see the repercussions of that curse upon us today. So when it comes down to that delusion part in regards to these Amalekites, I do believe some of them understand. Like, I believe the higher ups know darn well that they're Khazarians, that they're Ottomans, that they are Taman, that they are descendants of Esau. I believe that wholeheartedly. But I believe that the people, surely our fathers have inherited life, kind of thing. So I believe the people are in that kind of category. So, that's just
do you
what I see.
think Netanyahu is part of those they believe that they're Edomians, or they believe they're Israel and they are like a useful idiot. Which one of the two? Because I can't figure out which one of the two he is. Who do you think that what level you think he's in?
I believe if the prime minister of Assyria can say, hey guys, these are Khazarians, these are converts. Did you ever see that video?
I did, yes.
I believe if the prime minister of Assyria can make that statement, then Netanyahu knows darn well he's a Khazarian. That's just the way I see it.
Okay.
Like if you're up into a certain degree of status and access to certain information, I believe it just without a shadow of a doubt. Like they know it. But
right. Right, but that's part of like delusion, right? That you can see the evidence right in front of you, and you could make yourself believe that you are, and you're right. I don't know what part of delusion he's in. Does he? Because if he believes that he's a Khazar and he's a convert, what is his motivation? There has to be some motivation. And specifically, I'm dealing with this Samsung option, this theory. If the theory is true, I'm not 100% sure if it's true, but if it's true that they are wanting to usher in World War III because they want to be in the way they're doing it, they are deliberately exposing themselves on this the genocide, right? Yeah, they're denying it, but they're going forward, and the exposure is what is like creating the hate, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right. Are they doing this deliberately? Are they delusional? Are they think they're hiding? Like they think that you get what I'm saying? Because
can I touch on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So like, I don't believe that they're delusional. Like, I don't believe that they're operating in a standpoint of delusion. What I believe that they're doing, it's like, okay, so Utter Ricard brought something forth called like the Luciferians, right? And that their whole ideology or doctrine is that if they can exterminate wipe out Israel, then that they will be grafted into that place, kind of thing. Or I think I think one of y'all brought it out as well. I forgot who brought it out, but pretty much like they can actually win, like evil can actually beat good, kind of doctrine. You see what I'm saying? Like,
so you're saying that Netanyahu, he knows he's a convert, but he has sold himself to the devil or something, and he wants to
exactly.
Okay. So you don't believe he's a useful idiot, like he's believing the Kool-Aid. You believe he's basically he's lying, but he think he's
pushing on a Luciferian, a satanic agenda.
Brother Ricky, what do you think? You think these guys are a useful idiot? Do you believe he's being controlled, or you believe he's part of the elite plan in particular?
Talking about Nick Fuentes?
No, Netanyahu.
Netanyahu?
And his crew. Do you think that they are part that Netanyahu believes that he wants to usher in this this war because he thinks he's an Israelite and he believes that the prophecy that everybody's going to go against Israel, and when everybody doesn't go against Israel is when God is going to come and defend Israel, like in Gog and Magog and Ezekiel 38 and 39. Do you believe that they believe that's talking about them and they want to usher in this Gog and Magog war against everybody else? Or do you believe that they know they're not the people, but they're Luciferian and they just want to usher in a World War II or World War III or a nuclear Holocaust or a global Holocaust because they're Luciferian? What do you think specifically Netanyahu and his crew?
I believe it's the first option. I believe that they are upon a strong delusion because it says, surely your fathers inherited lies. And in order for you to get a group of people to truly believe in this evil plan that you got going on, you got to tell your underlings a certain narrative for them to buy in on.
Right.
And when they buy in on it, and then you keep telling them, because like they say, you keep telling a lie long enough, you're going to believe it. So they keep hammering their head about what's going on. Like these, we talk about, in these upper echelon things, the projects like the MK Ultra and all this other stuff, that's basically sorcery, strong delusion. So therefore, you get these men who are built underneath this kind of stuff, and now once they get to a certain level where it is either it's all or nothing, because if he don't have these wars going on, then he's going to be put in a place where he's going to, having to go to international courts, and he's going to get doggone taken down, and he's going to end up going to prison, because they already got him underneath the high courts of international breaking the law or whatever.
Yeah.
So what I say is that because Brother Alexander had brought it up earlier, me and you, Elder, did a video probably about a good month or so ago where we played a video where the one man was telling the other guy that these men do believe, but it was probably 2 months ago, where they said, these men do believe that they can win this war. They have been told by the principalities that they're going to be given second life in the new kingdom, and Satan is trying to get into heaven. He's trying to get up there thinking he's going to fight. I mean, you can't even whoop Mike. You think you're gonna beat the archangels all together? You think you're gonna beat the 24 ministering angels? You know how powerful they just sit there and they just think all day and just praise the Most High. And you really think you're gonna beat the Most High? We talking about the thoughts of Thanos.
So you think that these guys know they're Luciferian? They are using the Bible and the identity of Israel as the narrative to usher in this world World War III to basically kill all of us, right? It's like the whole plan. Satan has come down knowing he has a short time, and he prosecute the woman because he knows he has a good time. He wants to kill all of us before his time is over, and he's using the Edomites as his weapon of war, so to speak. That's what I'm hearing.
To a degree, I would say I believe there's levels to this thing, right? So depending on what level you at, you only need to know the information I need you to know. It's just like the military. And if I need to use you to a certain extent, I may need to move you up. But as I move you up, now I have to initiate you to new ones. Now you got to sacrifice. You got to do this and that, because now you got to take a higher oath upon the very things that I'm introducing you to. So if I only need this dude to sweep dirt, meaning take care of small problems, you only need to know base level 1 material. If I need you to take over a whole country, I'm gonna put you at base level 2. If I need you to understand to do sorcery and all this demonic work, I'm gonna have to move you to level 3. But all in all, I'm gonna lie to every last one of y'all, because I or Satan need to get where he trying to get at and make them believe that they can win, even he knows he has already lost this war.
Yeah,
I see.
He just want to fight chance.
Yeah. Brother Alexander, what do you think? You think that the Netanyahu believes he's a Luciferian and once he's part of it, or you believe he believes the delusion that he's Israel? Maybe he believes he's the Messiah and he's ushering. What do you think he believes?
I do believe that Netanyahu knows he's a Khazarian, and that he has he has a tenor, right? So he's going to a pretense, if you will. He has a mission set out and an identity catered towards his mission. But in the meetings behind the dark corners at 3 a.m. at night, these guys are talking about what they're actually planning, kind of thing. And in regards to what Brother Ricky said, I think that is kind of heavy, which is the levels to this. And I never thought about that, which is, heck, they're only believing this because this is just an aspect of Satan trying to, this is just another piece on Satan's board. He probably has some other bug out somewhere and, fed them a lot somewhere to issue in a certain kind of world event. So it's just like different pieces being played right now. But I do believe that Israel is like the big piece. When it talks about it says that, and there will be enmity between her seed and the serpent seed. I do believe that these are the serpent seeds. How do we know that? Because the red dragon in Revelations, what is it? The red dragon in Revelations, maybe 13. It speaks to the red dragon, and
yeah. Well, 14, but it gets introduced in 13.
And a dragon's a serpent. The European the beast going to the 7 heads and 10 horns. We see that as Rome. So Rome is personified as a serpent, which goes right directly with being called the serpent seed. And so I do believe that in regards to Israel, that they are the primary adversary for this stage kind of thing.
Yeah.
But Netanyahu definitely knows he's a Luciferian. He definitely knows he's no Tazarian. He's no Israelite.
Right. Okay. So it's just he's in that level, but because it got to be a man. It has to be a man. Even if both, regardless of angle, either you believe you're Israel and you want to start World War III because you believe that's going to usher in your Masonic, your messianic deliverer, or if you're a Luciferian and you're not Israel, but you're using the lie that people think you're Israel to usher in the end of the world. It's just wild. And if my assumption is correct in regards of Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, that this is talking about after the war, that people are going to be looking at the man and say, this the man who shake the kingdoms and made the world a wilderness, which is, post-apocalyptic world, that society we're still here as society, as a species, but how does that work look like? So in certain areas of the world, because if you think of it, there's a war, if everybody's going to be going against Israel and Israel is going to go against everyone else, this is what's scary. What they do have in their arsenal, I'm talking about Israel. I mean, if the theory is true that they were willing to kill a United States president over it in the 60s, if that theory is true, right? What arsenal? Because I need to speak to an expert to say what type of arsenal that Israel needs to have for it to be a global threat, or it feels that it could fight against the world. Am I making sense? Or the delusion is that they feel, okay, because you're right. It's like, okay, if they are Luciferian and they believe that, or they are convinced that they're not, they know they're not God-chosen people. They just lying to the people to bring the Luciferian agenda to destroy the world. That makes sense because they're going to destroy themselves with they're going to destroy everybody, or they probably got some bunker somewhere they could protect themselves. They're setting up even the people that are in Israel today. They're setting up the Palestinians, setting up the Israeli, they're setting up the Sephardic Jews, they're setting up the Ethiopian Jews out there, they're setting up all the population, right? And they just ushering in because they want to destroy the world, right? What weapons do they have? You know what I'm saying? Because the world could definitely destroy Israel. The world that teams up against Israel. Right? Because all needs to happen is America said you're on your own, and I think Israel has enough nuclear or military capability to at least fight for a while. But eventually, even with this war with Iran, showed that if it wasn't for America intervening, Israel was getting really jacked up in this war because Iran was bombing them. Yeah. So I'm just like I said, I saw this tape or this recording with Andrew Tate maybe like a month ago, and I said on it, like, I think that's wild. But then I saw this other guy saying the same thing, and I saw other things. I'm like, wait a minute, maybe there is something here. I dismissed it initially because I saw the ridiculous of it. But maybe it's not so ridiculous. Maybe, and the reason why we are like, yes, theoretically talking about it and not shouting from the top of our lungs is because the ridiculous of it, right? And they know that it is ridiculous. That's the reason why it may even work, or they may get away with it, or they're getting away with it, right? I don't see the rationale. That's what I'm saying. It's still this theory got holes. I'm not. Don't take my. This is not prophetic, or this is not something that I believe is going to happen. But I'm just curious if this is how the prophecy is going to unfold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When it comes down to crazy people, I look at different things like different podcasts like The Saint and the Sinner. And I mean, there's this Edomite on there that looked like the Red Skull. Somebody put that in the comment section. Bald, he had no eyebrows. Like when he looked, like you could see like half of his eye because most of his eye was like caught up in like his eyebrow. And I thought to myself, these crazy people are just out here. And his position was so irrational as far as like, how white people need like their own country. And then the guy was like, yeah, it's called Europe. But just this whole thought process that I thought, you guys are just out here. I live my life, I kind of got a schedule as well as you men up here. So I know that like we don't really consider like there are crazy people really out here. And so when I think about like people like Netanyahu and these different elites, like there's nothing special about these guys. They're just crazy. Like they're no champions. Like they're these aren't champions. These aren't warriors. Like these are just, I believe it's just really nepotism at the same time. Kind of going into what referencing back at that podcast you and Brother Ricky had held in regards to like these certain bloodlines that are trying to, establish themselves in this, and so there's nothing special about these guys. They're just crazy, probably all that darn incest and whatnot. And so, these crazy people, they're out here. It's easy for me to believe. And there's just one last thing I want to say. I think it was Candace Owens said about this out, and I don't support her at all, but I wanted to do some research on it. But in the midst of it, she says how it's the bigger the lie you tell, the more believable it is. Like if you tell a small lie, it's not going to really stick. But if you tell a crazy lie, it's going to stick. And so that's what I want to say.
Yeah. And it's, I just thought it was interesting because I sit in a lot of stuff and I try not to spread things that are sensational, but most likely not true. And there's a lot of that out there. And that's why I'm very hesitant to have these conversations because I don't want to come across as someone who is just an alarmist, so to speak, just to get some eyeballs on this channel. But it just took me back when I was like, wait a minute, I heard someone else say the same thing. I heard other people say the same thing, that this is intentional. There was a video that was circulating years ago that rabbis were saying, hey, they were like, almost chastising Netanyahu. It's like usher in the Messianic age, and what in their perspective is ushering the Messianic age is to get rid of all the idol worshipers, which they believe is the Christians and the pagans and the non-Jews, and bring back all the Jews for we could build the third temple, right? And the question is, I think both of them are dangerously true. If they actually believe they're the children of Israel fulfilling prophecy and they're delusional that way, or they're Luciferian and they're lying to the people and they know they're not the God-chosen people, but they're lying to the people and choosing that as to bring the Luciferian plan, both of them are dangerous, right?
True.
And I will even say that if these people have convinced themselves they're God-chosen people and they want to usher in, that is just as much as dangerous because they believe it. The
Right. Yeah.
Luciferian, they don't believe it. They is using it to bring in evil. Okay, you could find it's evil, but you could see I don't even say, I hate to say rationale or attach the term rationale to that behavior, but
Yeah.
you could see the rationale behind that to some degree. But I could also see the rationale behind of these people believing that they are the children of Israel, believing that lie, that delusion, and being used by the Luciferian and being planked like a useful idiot, so to speak. That could be true too, because I do believe that there has to be some propaganda on every side. Why did the U.S. troops, the American troops, were commanded to scalp and kill the Native Americans? The scalping started by the troops. The Native Americans began to do it back to them, but it was really it was a competition. How many scalps you could bring? How many Indian scalps you could bring back? Right? How can you convince a trooper to do that? A regular guy, a family man who has a wife and all that. You have to demonize the Native Americans. They're savages. They're evil. They're non-Christian. They're right. They will kill you. They will rape your family. You have to. Not everybody could be on the trick, on the lie, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need some useful idiots to execute something like a genocide, like a World War. Not everybody's gonna. Not every trooper who's running. No, this is all a lie. That trooper who's dying, they feel they're fighting for freedom. They feel they're fighting for their rights, their land, and all of that. And so, how deep does the rabbit hole go in regard to this deception? I have heard also that that the small hats are set up or put as the fore guy for the people that are behind them, which are the Vatican. I heard that the Vaticans are the one that really we should be looking out for. These are all different theories, but regardless, what is the truth, right? We're going to know the truth eventually. But this will explain the bluntness and the lunacy of Netanyahu and his cabinet, and why they are just simply picking a war with everybody. It just doesn't seem like rational thought, and maybe it could be delusional thought. And that delusion is they want to usher in the end of the world, whether they believe it's because they're the Jews and the Messiah is going to come and help them, or because they're Luciferian and they want to destroy the world because they're Satan worshipers. Whatever the truth may be, they're going to get the same results.
Right.
Go ahead.
And what do you think about this? So I know that in Exodus, in the first chapter, it goes into that transition from Joseph being the authoritative figure in Egypt to this new Pharaoh, and that the new Pharaoh, he wasn't worried about Joseph or nothing like that, but he was concerned in regards to the Hebrews taking over. And initially he tried to usurp taskmasters over them. But then when he figured out that he could not control them that way, he just deliberately said, give me all the firstborn and kill them, right? Trying to establish his population control. I bring that point up to say that maybe it's not so like, maybe there might be more angles to why they're just outright killing these people. But then one thing you have to consider, right? We're in the age of information. So the I'm sure if that Pharaoh at that time had the resources that we have today, he would have, you know what I mean? He would have probably used all that. So you know what? When I think about that, maybe not. Maybe I won't take that angle, because I'm pretty sure if he had that the technology we have today, he would have definitely genocided us back then. All praise to the Most High, he didn't. And Most High wasn't gonna allow it in no ways, right? But I yield on that point. I was trying to go somewhere with that.
Yeah, because I think in the whole scenario, it wasn't like Israel have not gotten caught in the past creating bioweapons to genocide a group. It came out I think it was in the mid 90s or in the late 2000s, I believe it came out a few years back, that they discover that the Israeli officials were giving pills or medicine to not Sephardic Jews, but the Ethiopian Jews women to make them sterile, and not to have children. They would, because they wanted to keep their number low. Because the whole thing with Ethiopian Jews in the 90s, they had this so-called mission rescuing Ethiopian Jews from Ethiopia. And it was like a great thing. All the Ethiopians like, thank you, my God, by recognizing as Jews. But when they got there, they began to hire a lot of the Ethiopians as like, servants, maids in the household, and these degrading jobs and things of that nature. Ethiopians begin to complain about it and say, hey, we want to be part of we didn't just come here to be your servants and to be your doormats and so forth. So we want to be part of the bedrock of this community. And it became a situation that they discovered later on that they began to give the Ethiopian women, Israeli women, pills, abortion type or medicine or vaccination that would make them sterile.
Yeah.
Because they wanted to get rid of them or keep their number at a manageable number, right? Why they're not doing that with the Palestinians? They want to kind of keep it, slowly and surely, right? Because that's been the thing, right? That Israel wants to get rid of the Palestinians. That's what they really want. They don't want to be accused of that. They want to kind of be. They want to set the picture that the Palestinians are the bad ones. ISIS or Hamas and all those folks are attacking them, and they just defended themselves, right? And then what they do once a war is launched, they advance in Palestinian territory, and they basically just stay there. And the excuse they're saying, we have to stay here because we have to monitor these Palestinians because the Hamas is operating here. They got operational infrastructure here. So we are here because if we leave, they're going to come back and replant, right? So that's kind of like the thing that they've been doing for a long time. They set up the conflict, right? They go to war, they advance, they keep advancing what they want. And that's ultimately what they want. They want to just, get rid of or take over the entire territory of the West Bank. That's been the thing. The question is, war. Why don't? And this is what Professor Yen was saying. Why don't they have other means, which they're into the exposure, because they have used them, like the Ethiopian vaccination program. Right? And they could use that all the time, right? They could say, oh, you know what? We want to help the Palestinians. We want to change our mind. We want to help them and poison or somehow affect some bio weapon to eventually wipe these people out in a way that their fingerprints will be not on it, right? This way, it's so embracive, right? And even Netanyahu is talking about greater Israel. And there's conversation about that. There is an Israeli flag or patch that has Israel borders from the Euphrates River all the way to the Tigris, the Euphrates all the way to the Egyptian Nile, right? Is this being done deliberately? Because if the nations say, okay, they believe that greater Israel is part of our territory is part of their greater Israel, we have to defend our territory. How does that word look like? How is this what we're seeing, that this is going to be the excuse? And okay, if the world, this does not affect China, I don't think, because if I know China has spoken toughly against the actions of Israel, but I don't think it affects them. I don't even think it affects South America. I don't see how it affects Africa. So, I don't know. I'm just looking at this and I'm taking these analysis and these people, these experts that are saying that this is what Israel's looking to do, then I have to take it seriously. But I'm just looking through all the angles and to see where's cracks in their armor in regard to this theory. But it is an interesting theory. Regardless whether there is plan or not, it looks like this is the end result, that there's going to be this conflict eventually, right? And I believe the conflict is going to happen, or, okay, either America is going to walk away from Israel, and then Israel's on its own, and then that's going to empower Egypt and Syria and all these other neighboring countries to attack Israel. And then what would happen? America will be forced to join the war, or similar to what happened in World War II. If that's the plan, I don't know. It's just a weird scenario that it looks like history is repeating itself. It was the same thing, because when you look at World War II, America didn't want to go and get involved for a while. While World War II, technically World War II was happening, there was a conflict, there was war in Europe. America didn't want to get involved. Well, like a year or so or two. I think they got involved in the second year of the war. So, is that what they're planning? To force America to get in the war? But I don't know if Trump will join that war. And if Trump doesn't join that war, Israel's finished. Right? Unless they believe their Messiah is going to come, right? They're delusional that way. I don't know. But it still be finished, because I don't see how they're going to win. But go ahead, brother.
I believe that America, I mean, we all know America's bought and paid for at the end of the day when it comes to Israel's grasp over America. And so ultimately, and I believe Donald Trump said America's interest is Israel's interest, paraphrasing and butchering it. So ultimately, they are connected. And I could see how America gets involved. And then that's just maybe the tipping scale for the European nations.
Do you believe Donald Trump is struggling with getting involved, that he doesn't want to, and he is because he has to, answer to his donors and his friends? Or do you believe he's down with it, shook, and he's bought for it? There's no conflict with his spiritual soul, that he wants to do something else, and they're kind of like he's trying to maneuver? Or do you believe he sold himself a long time ago? He's not struggling with it.
I believe he sold himself a long time ago. I believe that, I don't believe when you get into these positions, especially president of the United States, that you're operating upon your own free will or your own good intention. I believe that you're becoming a part of a program, and that program is led by the higher ups, being the small hats. So Trump will go about carrying out their will, and ultimately, so when Trump puts on this reluctant face to the media, I believe that's just a part of the dog and pony show. Like, hey, give him a good look, look remorseful, look like you really care. But at the end of the day, he's gonna do what he needs to do in regards to the program.
Okay. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting, and I thought it was a worth telling situation, because it was an angle that I was like, you know what, it could be, when I first heard it, I thought Andrew Tate was a little bit off his rocker. I was like, I don't think that's the case. However, though, seeing this other guy and seeing other videos and other conversations, other documentation, like maybe it may be true. What was she out there? Brother Ricky, can you read that comment by Lion W, if you don't mind? Shalom, Brother Lion. How we doing? Lions W.
Yeah, he said, perhaps they are trying to rewrite history as usual. Palestine is Jacob, Israel is Esau, so they can grab more scriptures to validate who they are actually not. Benji is a puppet.
Okay. So he may, okay. It's and these are the things we have to strategize, because one of the things that I didn't like about churches, that we couldn't openly talk about these prophecies and these different angles, and agree to disagree, or agree that, okay, these may be the top 3 or the top 2 possibility of this prophecy, versus we have to have an answer and a definite answer. And if you don't have this answer, you're going against the gang, the crew, the team. I don't think that's healthy. We have to have more robust discussions about prophecy and how they're going to be fulfilled. And we have to approach it from a humble perspective. We can't, I cannot, anybody of us cannot just, just because we have certain experience or notches under the belt, that we say this is the way it is and this is the way it is, and everybody has to just, follow my direction, right? Because prophecy does affect people's psyche, right? A good example, right? If you're going to believe that Revelations 18 is talking about a mental fleeing versus a physical fleeing, it's going to affect you differently mentally, right? You're going to look at the world differently, right? Because so interpretation of these scriptures are essential, and we have to just be open about it, right? About the interpretation of these scriptures, and be comfortable or be open with the understanding that we're not going to know until it happens. We're not going to know until we know. We know, but we don't know. But we know, but we're not going to know until we know. That's the only way. Once we know. But right now we believe, we think, we're strategizing. Let's. And I want to hear all different interpretation, because that gives us options, right? Throw out the ones you disagree. Prepare for the ones you do, right? Have plan B, A, B, C, and D, right? You have to make a decision which ones you think, which prophecy you think, how we have to act in regards of, like, okay, I believe in Revelations 18 that it's physically talking about leaving that city. I don't believe that it's talking about specifically just leaving it mentally, right? But staying there. I believe it's physically, God was warning the saints to get out of her Babylon. Now the question is, what is Babylon, right? And that's a debate. If we believe Babylon is America, okay, how is that prophecy is going to be fulfilled? How is that going to be? What sign should we be looking for, right? If we have to leave eventually, when, how, where, right? All these conversations we have to have. With who, right? These prophecies does affect your entire life. When I was, in my teens, I wasn't thinking about retiring out of America. I was thinking I would stay here all my life. Right? I wasn't thinking about it. So it does it. That's why we have to be careful in these prophecies. We got to be humble and we got to be open. And I'm even welcoming people that believe that no, we don't have to leave physically. We have to just leave mentally. Okay, I don't believe that, but we have to not cut people off because even if we may think they may be wrong about this prophecy, they may be right, or they may be wrong about this prophecy. They may be right about something else, another prophecy. We have to explore the horizon, explore the basic logic. 1611 said what you could read that, Brother Rick, if you don't mind.
Brother Logic said, I believe Andrew Tate may have a point on this issue. Many Americans are disengaged from global affairs and tend to adopt oversimplified views. For instance, in my community, which is largely white and Hispanic, there is a common assumption that Israel is always in the right and opposing groups are always in the wrong. When Israel engages in, in controversial actions and criticism arises, it is often dismissed as anti-Israel or anti-Semitic. This dynamic function as a powerful narrative strategy.
Yes, and we have to also what's going on in the Latin world, in the Chinese world, and there's all the languages, because now more than ever we could engage what's going on more politically, socially, economically, but more religiously, or how do the Chinese view the world? How do the Africans view the world? How does Latin America view the conflict in Israel? And you're right, you know, Latin people are waking up, but a lot of Latin brothers are asleep. They're believing the Kool-Aid, you know, the typical, you know, Catholics. They believe in the narrative. They usually just watch Telemundo, and whatever comes out of Telemundo is what is true. They don't question it, and if they, you know, Telemundo said Donald Trump bad, Israel good, anti-Semitic is bad. You know, they're just gonna go along with it. But I believe there is now more critical Latin thinkers in that world, but they are vastly asleep, I think,
Hey,
in
Elder.
my humble opinion. But go ahead, brother.
I would like to also bring this out I want brothers. I need y'all to please. I implore y'all to start doing more reading. I need you to read about King Darius II, not the first, the second, because oftentimes, because we see so much evil take place in this world, that we just think that evil got all power. Now you disrespecting the Most High. They ain't got all power. They only got the power that the Most have allowed it them to have for His purpose. So when He trumped down on them, everybody know that He is the Most High God. Why am I bringing this up? I believe, and I could be definitely wrong, but doing certain readings, I like to read books. I like to do a lot of different things that keeps the mind on the spin of things. I believe Trump might be being used just like Darius II was used to help us. We just so caught up in hate, envy, and strife, we can't see it. Can he just outright say, I'm doing something for the blacks? No, he can't do that. Trump operate like a fox. If you pay attention, he's very foxy. He's very tricky. Why you think they against him so bad? Why you think the Democrat democracy, those of Soros and Obama and Hillary and all them other people, why you think they're against them? Because they know that he ain't on the same turntable as them. But you cannot just go in there with brute force and have a certain base of people and operate the way you want to. You got to operate with wisdom. You got to strategize and shift the pieces. He playing chess, just like they are playing chess. Just most of us, 98% of us of the population, we only understand checkers. So, and I'm only bringing this up for this reason here. There are a lot of programs that have been opened up. I'm going to say this in a particular way for you to do the research, because all it takes is the wrong thing to be said on the internet. Then somebody else open a fat mouth. Then it gets up there to a higher leadership. And then the very things that was meant to help us out get cut off. So there are programs out there that will help us out. Do your research. Understand your purpose. If you got a skill or a trade, use these programs to your advantage to help you and your family and your brothers, sisters, and out. Use these programs in order to get prepared for what is to come. I don't really know what fully is going to really happen and how it's going to happen, but I know something's on the doggone way and we got to do something. So stop. Don't allow hate, envy, and strife to blind you of someone that could be being used to open up doors so you can walk through and gain access to the very things that we need so we can get ahead. We are not going to win nothing in this war. This war ain't for us to win. This is for us to
endure. Those who endure to the end, that same shall be saved. So let's be wise people and strategize and understand and learn how to manipulate things in our way.
Yeah, because because I don't want this conversation, to be like, Gabar, you see, this is the reason why we should be, separating ourselves from the white man or Esau, or hey, Esau more, you proving our point better. No. This is just, is looking at the prophecy, how it's going to be fulfilled, because two things could be true. Esau is prophesied to be the end of the world, and Jacob is the one that follows, in the Apocrypha reads, Second Ezra. But also, the scripture when in Acts chapter 10, where Peter says, I perceive that God is not respecter of person, that in every nation, he that fears the Lord is accepted, right, with us. That is also true, right? And the reason why I wanted to come up with this, I wanted to come up with this theory, or I saw this and I felt it was important enough to say, you know what, look out for this. This may be the reasoning why this is going to continue. That if you keep watching social media, and because I don't know about you guys, I think every fifth video now that I see is an anti-Israel video, exposing this, exposing that. Is it me, or maybe it's my algorithm is focused on that? Do you guys see that too in social media? That is a lot more conversation about what something Israel is doing wrong, or exposing something. What are you guys experiencing that too, or is it just me?
No,
I think.
sorry.
Oh, you go ahead, brother.
No, go, brother Rick. You were speaking first.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say this. Y'all pay attention to the fact that ever since Charlie Kirk got assassinated, things done got shooken up. And the chess pieces on the board done had to move in a different direction, because the eyes and the ears of people are not as blind and deaf as they used to be.
What do you think, brother? Do you think that this is a situation that is a that I'm probably viewing the world for my bias, my algorithm, and maybe and maybe and if you guys don't see it like that, maybe the algorithm or the confusion of faces or the confusion of perspectives, that depending on my algorithm versus your algorithm, you could look at the world differently. So but what I'm saying is because I noticed a few months back, it's like there's a lot of anti-Israel conversation out in social media. Like I never seen this before. And I'm not saying it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just acknowledging that I'm seeing it openly and abruptly. What say you, Brother Alexander?
I would say that given the actions of Israel, it warrants attention. And watching Kevin Samuel's there's a scripture that says, let not any wise proverb escape thee. And so I take wisdom wherever I can get it. And Kevin Samuels does have quite a bit. And he said, what's a tipping point? What percentage is a tipping point? And he said it's 10%. And so when 10% of people starts to follow this certain trend, then you'll see the mass majority of people start to slowly follow that. I believe that the actions of Israel warrant attention in that, and it really does play into like this whole theory of them wanting that attention. And so there's a tipping point. I would say over just with that whole Hamas attacking, that was a world event. That's going to go down in history. That's going to get your 10% right there. And then from that, it just only escalates. So it's not your algorithm, Elder. It's definitely world news. It's world news and it's relevant.
It is world news. It is world news. Yeah, and that's what's scary. Logic, same thing. I see the same thing. The fake Israel is out there in a much back in the days, it was always when I was coming up, it was like, yo, you seen this tape? Yo, give this. I want to give you watch this tape, bro. Make sure, And I remember, beheld a pale horse. Alex Jones was always out there, but Alex Jones was never really big on Israel. He was always in the Illuminati, secret society. Never really naming the individuals and so forth, so on. And even now, even Alex Jones is attacking Netanyahu and Israel in an open way. I don't know. I like I said, we're saying that if they want people to be angry at Israel, and they want anger and frustration to serve two things: to have everybody against Israel, but then have everybody in Israel united against everybody else, right? It's an interesting plan. I don't know if that's the right way to go, but at the same time, what do you do with delusional people? Delusional people do delusional things. Luciferian people do Luciferian things, right? And what does what the devil wants to do? To destroy, devour.
Destroy.
Right. So that's no rational. There was a scene in Batman when Alfred told Bruce.
I already know it is Joker.
Yeah.
I've been thought about it.
Some people, there is no rationale. They just want to.
They just want to see the world burn.
See the world burn. So maybe that's what we're dealing with. We're trying to rationalize it, and that's what we're seeing: unrational, delusional people that are ushering the end of the world as we know it. And I'm looking at it not as a bad thing or a good thing. I'm looking at it as is prophecy that must be fulfilled one way or the other. And and the Bible says, woe to those that look forward to the days of God, the day of the Lord, because the day of the Lord is darkness. So before Christ comes, man, it's going to be like a woman in labor, right? Before when the woman gave birth to her child, and she's holding her child on her breast and on her bosom, and she's crying from joy. She's happy. She's hugging her husband, her mother, her family, and she's in this utopia joy. A few seconds before that, she was in pain and agony. Right? Push! I can't! Right? And once the baby comes out, the baby is crying. That pain leaves her, and it's all joy. That's the second coming of Christ. And we have to be mentally ready for that.
To touch on that, that's Amos chapter 8, verse 5, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And it says, woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. It's the day of the Lord, darkness with no light, even very dark with no light in it. And so, like a Hebraic concept is that whenever it heaps up the terms, it makes it absolute.
Yeah.
Like, so for example, like not in all times will it say like all mean all, or whosoever mean whosoever. But when it heaps up the terms, like forever, even forever and ever, it's an absolute. And so that day, and I think about that, like in absolute darkness. It says, if a man flee from a bear, lent his hand on the wall, and the serpent didn't bite him. And so it's in every angle. It's so deeply just unsettling when you think about it. But it's like from every angle there's going to be tribulations. And so it's that's why it'd be so funny when I be hearing brothers on the street, and I know they be caught up in their zeal. They're like, man, I can't wait for the Most High to come back. I'm just like, that's a tough ass.
Yeah. The attitude got to be, I'm ready.
Yeah.
If I'm getting ready, if I'm getting prepared for the days, the day of the Lord. Not like, I can't wait, I want to, put my boot on East. I'm telling you, it's a lot of these guys are not going to make it. And it's a sad rude awakening. I hope I make it. We have to have it. We have to stay in that humble space, but we have to prepare, and we have to have these conversations even if it's outrageous that the thought, the thinking, the perspective that Israel wants everybody to hate them. That sounds ridiculous. It's out there in the ether, right? 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, you'd have told me, yeah, or 10 years ago, 20 years ago, yeah, there's going to be this thing called social media. And 20 years from now, Israel is going to be exposed. Everybody's going to be going against Israel. There's going to be every third, fourth video is going to be talking about something negative about Israel. I was like, no way, bro. The Jews control the media. That would never happen, right? We would never thought this would they would come. That this is a comment. We would never. I would never have thought that someone would have come up and talking about Israel, assassinated one of our presidents, and in a blunt kind of way, right? And like in a battle way kind of way. It's not like he's looking around him. He's in a dark room. He was in his deathbed. He's like, no, Israel was involved in assassination, and nobody's talking about it, and the world is ignoring it. I'll call it, social media, which is really the new media, how most people get information. Corporate media now it's like, they're getting maybe 200,000, 300,000 views per. Nobody's watching them like that. They're not there to because of ratings. They're there to spread the misinformation. And it's a dying network. But I just wanted to have this conversation because if that's what they're doing, they want the world to turn against them. How does that? And if that is their plan, how's that world going to look like? How should we prepare for that? How's that world is going? Because let's just say hypothetically, right? Trump walks away from Israel. Yay, victory. But that may be the plan of Israel because they want to bring in World War III, right? And we may be blindsided in that angle and how that's going to affect us. And that's what I wanted to kind of have this conversation about today.
Hey, Elder.
Yes, sir.
Since you brought that up, could we play the video of George Soros, the interview that they had with him?
Yes, you have a line. You have it lined up on your end. If not, I could get but I thought you had it.
Do.
Okay. You could share it in your end. And what you're doing now, you see if you can find it in your end. I'll try to see. Okay, I think nope.
Oh, it's on the other. You'll put the other screen up.
Yep.
For me.
Hold on. Let me get the other screen. What is the other screen? There we go. No. That's it. Add.
The laptop.
Yep. Wait. Remove. And add. There we go. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
All right.
In the last 2 years, you've been blamed for financial collapse of Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and Russia.
All of the above.
All of the above.
Yeah.
Are you that powerful?
No, I think there's a great misunderstanding. I am basically there to make money. I cannot and do not look at the social consequences of what I do. As a competitor, I've got to compete to win. As a human being, I am concerned about the society in which I live.
Which George Soros am I talking to now? The amoral George Soros or the moral George Soros?
It's one person. It's one person who at one time engages in amoral activities and at the rest of the time tries to be moral.
You're a Hungarian Jew who escaped the Holocaust by posing as a Christian.
Right.
And you watched.
We're going to keep playing it, but I wanted to stop it there so y'all can see how he said he's a Hungarian Jew. He escaped the Holocaust or the place by posing as a Christian. Now, the very topic we talking about today and the verbiage we've been talking about is how they mask themselves amongst the nations. So this was a part of that. And now we have an insight of a man that is very powerful in all of the earth. But remember, his power only is only allowed because there's an agenda, better yet, a prophecy that has to doggone take place. We're gonna keep playing the rest of it.
Lots of people get shipped off to the death camps.
Right. I was 14 years old. And I would say that that's when my character was made.
In what way?
That one should think ahead, one should understand and anticipate events, and one is threatened. It was a tremendous threat of evil. I mean, it was a very personal experience of evil.
My understanding is that you went out with this protector of yours who swore that you were his adopted godson.
Yes, yes.
Went out, in fact, and helped in the confiscation of property from the Jews.
That's right. Yes.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Not at all. Not at all. Maybe as a child you don't see the connection, but it created no problem at all.
No feeling of guilt.
No.
For example, that I'm Jewish, and here I am watching these people go. I could just as easily be there. I should be there. None of that.
Well, of course, I could be on the other side, or I could be the one from whom the thing is being taken away. But there was no sense that I shouldn't be there, because that was, well, actually, funny way, it's just like in markets, that if I weren't there, of course I wasn't doing it, but somebody else would be taking it away anyhow. And it was whether I was there or not, I was only a spectator. The property was being taken away. So I had no role in taking away that property. So I had no sense of guilt.
Can I say this? I just want to make sure I understand. Like, so was he the equivalent of like a slave catcher for his people during that time, or is that what?
Yeah. Now,
okay. He's for his own people.
Well, now let me just say this: you had Jewish people in Germany that agreed with Hector. If you know what we're talking about. Yeah, they actually, there's a documentary called Europa, the last war, I think it's called. And they needed to demonize Hector to the point that they was teaching the world or lying to the world that he was a racist against everybody. He wasn't. There was Jesse Owens, who was, a African American who was in the Olympics, and he was a track runner. He visited Germany, and he wrote in a book that the Hitler waved to him. The Germans were stopping him, shaking his hand, congratulating him. There's hatred towards the, that is displayed, or that was told that the German people thought it was superior to everybody else, the master race. That's a lie. It was a thing that after World War II, they needed to demonize the Germans because they didn't want the historians to start investigating, or because after every war, every conflict, or anything part of history, a major part of history, something that happens, historians have to kind of write books and what happened and to try to reflect and why something started. And if they would have just investigated, do independent investigation, they would have realized that Hitler was not a racist against black. Many allies of Hitler were, some of the allies were people of Middle Eastern descent, were also, because there was different allies with some were allying with America, other was allying. As a matter of fact, the original conflict was Hitler was fighting with Russia, communist Russia, and they were fighting over it. The war started over Hitler invading Poland. Poland was originally part of Germany, and the Polacks identified themselves as Germans, and they felt that the communist Russia was oppressing them, and they felt, or they believe, or they welcomed Hitler as their freedom fighter.
Got you. So it's like Crimea and it's like that Crimea and Russia incident to where
Right.
they want
So
to
what?
liberate.
Exactly. So at that time, one of the things that Hitler was fighting was communism, and the first thing that he did in 1933, he kicked out all the bankers,
The
who was
Zionists.
right, the Zionist bankers that they were bankrupting Germany. The Germans were in poverty. They were the one introducing, transgender books and all kinds of, debauchery in Germany. And Hitler and his party just simply had enough. So it wasn't like they just got up and said, you know what, we just hate the world. We think we're superior. That was the propaganda. That was not true.
The same thing going on now.
Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
And I was saying, if y'all pay attention, the same thing going on right now. How this, the books of these transgenderism stuff and acceptance of lifestyle that is pure abomination against the Most High God. If these people were the children of the Most High God,
right?
And
it was them.
The same way that Mustache kicked out the bankers and those people of that faction, it's the same way that Trump right now is kicking out certain people. Why you think he making a lot? Because there's a lot of fraud that took place, and he's trying. And believe it or not, he got a RICO. He bringing up a RICO charge on Soros and all his constituents, and he's looking to get rid of the IRS, which the IRS is not even an American entity, but yet they taxing every last one of us on every dollar. You only make 30. They take out 33% of your check. Then they tax you on your house. They tax you on your car. They tax you on your groceries. They tax you on your clothes. So at the end of the day, you only take on 20% of your check.
Yeah.
And then on the other note, so Brother Daniel and for the other people, Mustache is a great grandson of the Rothschilds, because one, I think it was either Nathaniel, who was messing around with the maiden or the mistress or whatever, and Mustache was created from that union, and he grew from that, and he learned about it, and he was a created monster now in a sense of terrorizing people, but he already knew what they was on. So the Most High has a way of making a mockery of those who are evil by what? A nation divided against itself shall not stand.
Amen to that. Amen to that. And I'm trying to play this video. Let me see if I can play this video. Let me do this. And let me do this. No, let me do this. Let me do this. Where are you? This is it. This is it. No. Oh, no. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong video. Oh, let me do this. Let me do this. Okay. Okay. This was the issue that Hitler had. I'm gonna play this video. This is Hitler speaking, and this is AI has translated his speech into English. Right? Fair use.
This reason, we ask to be spared all sentimental talk. The German nation does not wish its interests to be determined and controlled by any foreign nation. France to the French, England to the English, America to the Americans, and Germany to the Germans.
So what he felt that the Israel Jewish citizens, Jewish German citizens who They got kicked out of communist Russia. They got kicked out, and no one wanted to accept them in Europe, and Germany accepted them 100 years prior to 1933, and when they kicked them out, right? And in 1933, Hitler did not kick out the Jewish people. He kicked out the bankers, the power structure. But he allowed other Jews to stay there. When then after that, the small hats declared war on Germany in 1933, world Jewry. And they started picking a fight with the Germans to the point that they began to work with the Russian communist Russia against Germany. And this is what Germany was fighting against.
We are resolved to prevent the settlement in our country of a strange people which was capable of snatching for itself all the leading positions in the land, and to oust it, for it is our will to educate our own nation for these leading positions.
So he was saying, okay, these people have been here for 100 years. We accepted them because 100 years ago they got kicked out of communist Russia, right? A few years back. And now they are elevating themselves into the highest power of politics. The same thing, the same problem is happening here in America. And the Germans said, wait a minute, we should be running our country, not them. That was the issue, right?
We have hundreds of thousands of very intelligent children of peasants and of the working classes. We shall have them educated. In fact, we have already begun, and we wish that one day they, and not the representatives of an alien race, may hold the leading positions in the state together with our educated classes. Above all, German culture, as its name alone shows, is German and not Jewish, and therefore its management and care will be entrusted to members of our own nation. And then came the decline of our culture, these mounds of contamination of our entire cultural life, the decomposition of our literature, the poisoning of our theater, of our movie theaters. All the art is now...
So it was the Jewish liberal, Jewish far left, they were bringing in transgender books. The first transgender surgery was done by Jewish people, Jewish doctors in Germany. A lot of these things they were a foreign agent to German culture. Germany was very conservative in nature. So this was like a new thing. This was like a shock to the system. Right? And this was what's happening. We have to talk about these things.
Falling for it. Millions of Germans no longer participate any longer. It does not appeal to them anymore. This art was not born from our people. It is foreign to us and will remain foreign. That has nothing to do with the German character and did not come from our soul. It was imposed on our people by a subversive press, which made it acceptable. And parallel to this, already the assault begins against the education of our children's brains. The tearing out all the memories of our German past, the insult to all the great men of our people, the removal of its memory from the hearts and brain out of the German youth.
Who knows the first two laws that Hitler implemented? Who knows the first two laws? Before the Nuremberg laws. Before that, we're talking about years before it.
This is a Jewish rabbi, right? He admitted it himself. What I'm saying is this by design, or I know it's designed by God. He's ultimately the major designer, but why are they now admitting this?
Hitler first comes into power. What's the first two laws? Okay, I'll save you the time. Rule number one, no more pornography. No more homosexuality. None of that garbage. Not allowed. Berlin, in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world. He outlawed it. You're no longer allowed, closed all the bars, all the gay clubs, all the production, which were all run by Jewish people, unfortunately. Second rule, you're not allowed to charge interest. No more interest.
Uh-oh.
Now, you would think, why? What does he care about interest? Well, because all the people that had the money, that lent the money out, were Jews. He said no more interest. Why? because of the high interest that the Jews charged people was so high, it ruined and destroyed the economy in Germany. They destroyed, just like they destroyed Russia a few years before that through their communism over there. Jews destroyed Russia, not Goyim. Jews destroyed. Communism is by Jews. Well, don't let anybody confuse you. You look at history, Karl Marx, all the other Reshaim, they're all Jews. Wicked, but nonetheless Jews. They destroyed Russia, and he wrote in chapter 2 of Mein Kampf, they destroyed Russia, now they're destroying Germany. Go to the store to buy bread, you had to take a whole horse carriage full of money. By the time you arrive at the store, it wasn't enough. Why? Because the inflation.
And that's the reason, right? The rise of Hitler. That's the reason. It wasn't that the Germans were like, yo, we think we're better than everybody. Hell, Hitler, you know, the 1,000-year Reich, we're going to... No, that was made up by Hollywood. And anytime you show that, why do you think Hollywood constantly pumped Hitler movies and every other year World War II movies and always demonize these folks to the point that it becomes a situation that we think they're the root of all evil. Germany's got a bad rap, man. I gotta say this. They didn't deserve what happened to them. They were not the evil, or the axis of evil they've been displayed. They were just trying to defend their country and rule out the debauchery that was happening, and really the slavery. The Jews were bringing in pornography, were bringing in all kinds of degeneracy into the community, robbing the Germans blind, and the Germans brought them in. No European countries wanted to accept them, including America. This has to be talked about, man. This is one of the greatest lies that ever been perpetrated, outside, of course, you know, who are the chosen people of God, right? We've been lied to, folks.
Rate was so high. The bread became so much more valuable and your money went down. And at that time, the Great Depression was happening around the entire world. Everyone was in a financial collapse. America was a financial collapse. England was a financial collapse. Germany collapsed worse than everybody else. But after he passed this law, within 6 years, Germany became the leading, wealthiest economy in the world.
Yeah, from 1933 to 1938, 39, from by the time, you know, the late 30s, Germany was pumping, was booming. Why? Because they got rid of interest. Showing you interest is wicked. The way they operate it is to keep you, you know, enslaved. You buy a house for like $300,000, you end up paying $500,000, or twice as much as that. You buy a car, it's $30,000, you end up paying $60,000. It's highway robbery, and they're getting away with it. That's why if you could get away out of credit and buying things cash and not save your money and buy it, rather than constantly having things in credit, it will catch up with you. It's designed to keep you in debt. Fair use.
They called it a financial miracle. Why? They were the only ones that were bold enough to stop interest. This is one of the biggest reasons of why he hated Jews, because they destroyed the economy because of their greed. This is happening again.
Right? So, what can we learn from this? What can we learn from this behavior? That we have to not underestimate, do not underestimate the length and the unreasonable, unlogical steps that our enemy will go to destroy the world, right? Delusion could drive you mad. And regardless whether Netanyahu believes that he's a children of Israel or he believes that he's from Luciferian, wanting to destroy the world, whatever is delusion, both of them are equally delusional and both of them are equally destructive.
Can I say this, Elder?
Yes, sir. Please.
And I would like to backtrack to the first video Brother Ricky had played in regards to Cyril's talking about amoral and moral, and that, you know, both he is simultaneously these things.
Right.
And what that allowed me to experience was more insight, I should say, towards these demons. And and the way it started when he said all of the above, the sociopathness behind that, and it's like when he speaks, and tell me if I'm crazy on this. It's like excuse me, what is that? When he speaks, it's like in you know, I spoke to my siblings about this. It's like when these people speak, it's like they're alien and they don't know how to have emotional intelligence, so they're trying to like
Yeah,
find,
it's like they're trying to pretend to be human, and they're like, you know, trying to like, you know,
but they
alien
can't. They
trying to,
can't really.
yeah, they don't have any
They can't.
sympathy. They don't have empathy. Yeah,
So you see that too? You see that
yeah,
too?
yeah.
Okay, thank God.
It's like they're psychopath people don't have any sympathy or empathy. They have to pretend that. So when they hiding it, right, and let's say they get invited to a funeral, they pretend to be sad because that's what's expected of them. But they don't really
Right.
feel sad. They can't tap into those emotions because that's the reason why they psychopath. Right? And that's that's what you probably saw. Someone trying to say what is politically correct, but not really feeling like, no, I didn't really feel anything, and just you know, because even as a 14-year-old Jewish kid, knowing that that was happening to you, because yes, Germany, what happened with Germany in regards that once they began to be attacked in Israel, and Jews, world Jewries kind of declare war on them, they just began to demonize. They began to not trust any Jews, because even after 1933, Hitler didn't kick out the Jews. He didn't put the Jews in concentration camp in 1933. That started much later, after the war started, because they wanted to make sure that there's no spy among them, because they were spies and terrorists in Germany, Jewish terrorists. That's recorded as well, bombing them stuff. So it wasn't like the Jewish population there was like all victims and sorry, we don't want any problems. A lot of them were terrorists. They were actually blowing up stuff. They were not going out quietly into the night.
Yeah.
So what happened
And
is that the Germans had to run them up and put them in a place so that they could control the narrative, because they don't know who's who. They were trying to figure out who's who and what's what in the middle of a war. And it's similar to what happened here in America when we were at war with Japan. They gather up all the Japanese citizens in America and put them in their concentration camp, because they did not know if any of them were probably spies. Regardless whether you agree with it or not, that was their rationale.
right.
So we are grossly miseducated in what happened in World War II, and we need to study what happened in World War II, because what's happening in World War II sounds very similar to what's going on in America.
Absolutely. And
before World War. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm happy. I'm happy that I'm not alone on that crazy in that assessment. Furthermore, these people, it's like Revelations 2 and 9, Revelations 3 and 9. And I will make those that are the synagogue of Satan, that say they're Jews and are not but do lie, I will make them to come down and worship thy feet. It's like, you know, I always find it to be very powerful, because in real time, the Most High in Christ is calling out these people in real time and identifying them for who they are, which is the synagogue of Satan. And they have yet to not live up to that expectation. From the first clip you played to that second one, going into, these are the people that starts these stern just debauchery, you know. And Candace Owens, and I hate to bring this woman up, but she bring out some good points at times.
No, I like Candace. I think she's, you know,
She a coon. She a coon. She a raccoon. I can bring the clips. I gotta.
Yeah, but just because she, what makes her a coon to you? For my, she's married to a white man. What's the?
No, sir. I'm not taking that posture. What makes her a coon is her sentiments, is the things that come out of her mouth. And I took your advice on this. I didn't go to short clips. I said, you know what? Why do people call Candace Owens a coon? I'm gonna listen to Elder Gabar. I'm not gonna go no short clips. I'm just gonna go to her.
Right.
I'll mess around and listen to this woman on police. This is what she said, Elder. During her verbatim. She said that police should be afraid of black people. She said that police should be afraid of black people, and there is no such thing as police brutality. And going on into her logic behind that.
And I could see what you're saying, and I could see that stance, and I could see that concern, and I could see, but I think there's two kinds of thought, and I sympathize with both sides.
Okay.
One side is these cops are constantly terrorizing black neighborhoods, which I agree with, in the sense, okay, maybe not terrorizing neighborhood. I would say, and that's was probably true in the 60s and 70s, right? But that approach to black neighborhoods and approaching black communities has dangerous, and having this fear of the black man, it is true, and it needs to be addressed. And these cops are, and I don't think it's even a white or black thing. I think all cops, whether they're black, brown, or white, have a negative image of black neighborhoods and black people in general. And they are extra aggressive when they are dealing with black people and interacting with them. That needs to be addressed. And that's the side on the black side say, hey, black people are getting mistreated by cops. You know, we get sentenced longer, usually for the same crimes as white people, which is true, statistically speaking. We get policed more, all that's true, right? And the other side is saying black people have to stop committing more crime because they're committing more crime than white people. And, you know, that's the reason why cops are more policing black neighborhoods. And black people have to start being so aggressive when they are dealing with the police. And if the police ask them to get out the car, be cooperative, stop being this, you know, and they're the one they are to blame for creating this narrative. I understand both sides of the middle. I mean, both sides of the side of the argument. The problem I have with both sides is both sides are not addressing each other's sides. Like Candace Owens not addressing the fact that there is that negative stereotype on black neighborhoods and poor neighborhoods of being high criminal, you know, and so for someone. And we have to not assume and not treat and not constantly look at them as criminals, because you kind of is like a self-predicting prophecy, right? If you treat them as criminal, they're going to act like criminal kind of situation. And the other side should say, you know what? We have to also understand that if we are acting a certain kind of way, we're feeding into that negative stereotype. So I think the truth is maybe somewhere in the middle.
I disagree. I disagree vehemently, because trying to meet and this is the error in that logic. It goes into, I forgot his name, not to pull up the video. It goes into conversation in regards to Martin Luther King's efforts, and the guy starts it. He's you know, bravado, you know, really making the point clear, which is Martin Luther King took the route of peace, of nonviolence. Yeah. You know, he took the position of conversation outside of aggression, and he goes on to make all these beautiful points and truths we can all see in history and read about. And then he says, but Martin Luther King forgot one little thing, just one thing on why it didn't work. These are sociopaths. And so whenever we're trying to, we're okay, let me say this, right? Before anybody tries to have this negative stigma on myself. When I say they are sociopaths, and which they are, does that say, hey, Daniel, does this just mean we're supposed to be ignorant and bigots towards them? No, because it's unscriptural, right? So, and Christ gives us the tenets on how to address these things. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that we need to take a different approach to, and which is ultimately, you know, separating ourselves, you know, gathering yourselves together, a nation not desired. and following prophecy and all those steps.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, in between time, while we are here, we still need to have that wherewithal of the fact of the matter. And the fact of the matter is that when we look up the history of policing, we see that going back to the slavery days on them policing, the Negroes out in the field. That whole thing escalated into what we have today. And so by design, by inception, by fruit, make the tree bad and the fruit bad, we see that policing within its own essence is a attack upon us as Black folks. And so trying to talk to a sociopath about, like, don't we get this now? And it's like these people.
Who's a social?
Who's a social?
Who's a sociopath? The police officer you're referring to here?
Sociopath?
Who's the okay? I can hear y'all.
No, I guess we were both speaking at the same time. I was asking a question, and Ricky was making a statement. Ricky, make your statement. I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering who is the sociopath, because originally we was talking about Candace Owens being a coon. So now I'm trying to figure out who's the sociopath.
So it's kind of like the same question. We asked the same question. So who's the sociopath you referring to? I'm sorry for my clarification, brother Daniel.
The sociopath is the institutions in which people have adopted their mind. So whoever has taken on the ideology of that institution is a sociopath. So if my whole thing is, like, if you enter into that police force and you have the sentiment that, well, we all bleed blue, meaning that we're all comrades, we're supposed to uphold this integrity, whether or not you know whether or not you, just because you're ignorant of the intent behind that police force doesn't dissolve you from being a sociopath. You're just indoctrinated. So it's the same thing. So Candace Owens,
I see what you're saying.
So Candace Owens, I'm sorry.
No, brother Daniel, finish your point, and then Rick, I want to hear your point. Go ahead.
So Candace Owens, by that logic, would be a sociopath, and I see it demonstrated when she makes sentiments such as there is no such things. Brothers, can we not gonna sit here on this panel right now and say there ain't no such thing as police brutality? We're not gonna do that.
That wasn't the point that we were originally saying at all.
And can you send me that video as well?
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious because I never heard her say that. Because if she said that, then that's kind of clearly ridiculous. But
yes, sir.
But go ahead, brother Ricky, you were saying.
This thing, for one, when we have conversations as brothers, we got to learn to stay focused on the one thing that we first brought up, because then we do a lot of convoluting of different things, and then the point that we was talking about gets clouded. Now, just because the people that's on top of her a sociopath, that don't make her a sociopath. Because then, let's be honest here, because in that whole entire thing that you said, now, I'm not against the fact that, yes, police brutality does exist. I'm with you on that particular thing there. But remember, there's steps in this thing, and there's levels in this thing. And this where honest conversation amongst righteous brothers come into play. Check me out right here. Now, for one, when we talk about the things that are going on with us, let me ask you, brother Daniel, do you consider yourself royalty or a peasant? Which one?
Royalty.
Do you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number one, why are we dealing with police brutality in the first place?
Because of the curses of Deuteronomy 28.
Nope. Why are we dealing with the curses in the first place?
Because of our disobedience.
Oh, exactly. So when you are a mind of royalty, you must stop thinking and putting blame like a peasant. We are in the process of a making of a king. Understand what I'm trying to get to you, okay? Because it's when your mind is in such of a, oh, the white man, this and that, it pulls you back down like a crab in a barrel, and you still fighting that peasantry fight. Remember, right now, Esau world is coming to an end, right? Would you say that, brother?
Absolutely.
Who's on the hill of Esau?
We are.
We are. Do you think these sentiments us crying like babies all the time. Do you think the Most High God, we're talking about the Most High God in heaven, do you think he's going to accept this peasant crying mess that we're doing right now?
He's not. The Most High does not like complainers. We see that in the wilderness.
First, like we said, the reason why we in this predicament in the first place, the reason why we got put into slavery is because of our disobedience. Period. Once we as brothers can come together and be like, you know what, no more excuses. Because this is one reason why I be able to rise above my situations. I live by something that I say to myself all the time. I'm a black man. I don't get no excuses. I gotta make it happen. That's the mindset of royalty. All they talking about what they doing, it don't matter. Because why? Because when you carry the spirit of the Most High God, when you realize that you are of royalty, meaning you are of righteousness, and you are following the law, statutes, commandments, and you doing the things that he said to do, guess what? There's no weapon formed against you shall not prosper. Because what the word of God say, he said that do not touch thy anointed ones. So it don't matter if you get pulled over. When you have the spirit of the Most High upon you and you are dwelling in him and allowing Mama Rawak to dwell upon you, when that cop comes up, guess what? He's going to act accordingly. I had spoke about in the thing of I think in the first thing I had did by myself that I got mistaken for a dude that who unalived some people, but he had rented the car that I rented, and all they did was follow the car. That car that I had, every county in the state of Florida had they on their watch list, and I was driving it. So then I end up going into Pinellas County, and then I end up getting out the car. I'm walking down the sidewalk. I'm in my phone, looking at my phone. Next thing I know, I got police coming from everywhere. Get down on the ground. Now, if I was going to be a YN, dumb, you know what I would have did? Try to take off running. Oh, I ain't do nothing. Why y'all treat me like this? No, I shut my mouth. I laid my behind on down. They put them cuffs on me. They asked me who I was. They're like, wait a minute, something ain't right, because I didn't have no ill intent on me. But when I laid down on that ground, they put me down there with my hands behind my back. They're like, something ain't right. This brother ain't. It was like something ain't right about this. And they said, hey man, who you is? I told them my name, and it was like, something ain't right. So then they looked at the picture like, this don't look like I got. But my point is, if my behavior was of that, well, y'all always doing me wrong, man. The white man got me like, guess what? You know what could have happened to me? I probably wouldn't be here right now to talk to y'all. But I carried myself with dignity, with zeal of the Most High, because I understand who I am. But right now, we are in the process of the making of a king. We don't know how to run no kingdom. We don't own no manufacturing plants. We don't know how to doggone get cotton and make clothes out of. We just know how to order it online and be like, hey, put this graphic on there for me. We don't know how to make socks. We don't know how to doggone make glass vessels so we could put water and good foods in. We don't understand the science behind none of this stuff. We're not ready yet. And this is what our people need to understand. We get so caught up in these small little thoughts of how we've been treated. But if you rise and think on the mind of royalty, on the mind of righteousness, we only in this predicament because we were wrong first. And long as we stay in repentance to the Most High for what we did wrong, he will protect us. When certain situations come about, he'll keep us about. So when we speak about Candace Owens, she was probably brought up in a situation where she wasn't brought up around the hood. So all she knows is how to look and be like, well, look how them jokers over there act. Look how them Negroes act over there.
Yeah,
so her mindset
lens,
is
right.
different.
Right.
So what I'm saying is the same way we want grace and mercy and compassion, we must give it. That's royalty. And I'm gonna land it right there.
Yeah, because I think it's all about experiences, man. It's about Candace doesn't know what she doesn't know. You understand? Because I was having a conversation with a friend of mine about Candace about like, damn, how the heck she's a Catholic with all this knowledge she knows. And he gave me something, very intelligent. He said, when I was a kid, I thought that my teacher knew about everything. About any question I could ask her, she would know. I knew doctors knew about everything. These are smart people. And what I realized that people are, even in their knowledge, in their field of perspective, are limited because of, a doctor's not going to know what to do with the car. Because he's not a mechanic. A mechanic's not going to know what an engineer do with a rocket ship and so forth, so on. So when I was a kid, I thought anybody who had a doctorate degree or any title in front of their name knew about. I could talk about how the sun is built. How is this? I thought they knew about everything. And the older I got, I realized that's not true. But it is just because Candace is waking up about certain things, she's probably naive about other things. Like I thought that everybody knew that Christ was black. And they just hiding it. Every white person believes that. There's some white people believe that Jesus Christ are the people mentioned in these movies. Like that's how they look like. Like they believe they are seeing history, right? Until something else gets revealed to them. So I think that it's just perspective. And maybe you're right. I think Candace has not grown up in the hood. She probably grew up in she a working class. I don't think she grew up rich, but she probably grew up around more white people and white point of view. Just looking at the criminal, not the criminal, but looking at the hood as criminals only, or that's with the high crime area, right, and so forth, so on. Now, it's like a predicting prophecy. If you police people more, you're going to find more crimes. If you police people less, you're going to find less crime, right? And it just kind of create that narrative and things of that nature. It's not that black people commit more crime necessarily, because there's more white people in public assistance than there are black people, because there's more white people in America than black people, right? Now we could go into statistics and things like and things of that nature, and that's even debatable. That they keep the statistic numbers low. So that's another conversation. But I think it's just perspective. It's just from Candace's own experience. She's like, what's wrong with black people in the hood? Why they can't get it right? Right? And then from black people in the hood, what's going on with white people in the what's that word? What's that word? If you're not in the hood, you're in the suburbs, right? What's wrong with them? Why they're always messing with us? They always. So it's like a self-predicting prophecy. If you believe everybody's a criminal, because that's what you see on television, that's what you grown up with. See, white people are also brainwashed in their belief. And this, America is the good guy. And, what was that movie with the Muppets? America. It was like a Muppets and running around. And they just blowing up every Middle Eastern person, every brown person. It's like, and it was funny, but they were leaning on every single stereotype. There's certain people that believe that. Like, what's that movie with Tom Cruise, Born on the 4th of July, when the whole concept that he was like a high school kid, and then when what he saw on television, South Vietnam is or North Vietnam, whatever the side was communist, and then we have to protect the world from communists, and that was the reason why they were selling here to the typical white, black, and brown American young kid, high school age, 17, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, right? That little old, Vietnam is a threat. They will believe in that. Comedy, yeah, you got to be careful, bro. Comedy is going to take over. So we have to understand it's not like Candace Owens is a coon because she knows that police brutality is real and she's lying about it because she wants to please her white friends. I don't think that's what it is. I think she actually believes it. That's why I want to see the video in the context, because I think from her perspective, she's like, yo, what's going on with black people in the hood, bro? They got to do better. Look, I'm black. I got my life together. I'm doing the right thing. You get what I'm saying? And yes, there is a thing that black people that grew up around outside the hood, so to speak, and grew up like with the white American, because it's kind of like, it's almost by design. If you go to any neighborhood, doesn't matter whether it be in Philadelphia, California, Florida, you always got where black people at. Where's the black neighborhood? Where's the Hispanic neighborhood? Where the neighborhood the Jewish people are at, right? Where the neighborhood where the Chinese people are at. You know, every neighborhood, every state has little what they call little Chinatown. Where's Chinatown at? So we are separated, even if we, you know, just because we're multicultural, we are kind of like still in our little corners, right? But so all these in every other neighborhood, if you're hearing every 5 minutes that a killing is happening, although there are killing that happens in other neighborhoods, but the news is not reporting that, the perspective is going to be like, yo, what's going on with black people in the hood, bro? Going crazy, right? So I think that's what's going on. That she's blindsided from her perspective. What we need to do as people on both of the equation, sympathize, understand from both sides of the equation, and meet somewhere in the middle. And that's why I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. It's like a cop is coming in, and yes, there are racist cops that they need to be like exposed. And I think what part of the problem, what you were saying about that blue collar or the blue the blue line of defense is like us against them. I think the police system is the training and that type of blue. You know, I have to look out for my boy because he's my partner, and it's us against them. And you don't rat on your partner and yada yada. Even though if he's doing something wrong or immoral, that needs to be dismantled. You have to rat on your partner. You have to, if you see things wrong, because it goes back into when good men do nothing, evil men prosper. So but I understand your situation. I would like to see the video because if I don't agree with everything with Candace, but I understand where she's coming from. I understand, in other words, from her point of view, that's how she sees the world.
Can I say something?
Yeah, yes. Please.
I would like to first initially address Brother Ricky. I do agree that we are not to take on this downtrodden mentality that the white man this, the white man that, and use that as an excuse to not further our kingdom. I do agree with that. The position I'm taking is that in the midst of that, we still need to identify those of a certain disposition, no different than the time of the Maccabees. So during that time, you had a lot of Hellenized brothers. You have alchemists, the Kunites of the Kunites, the high priest at the time. Y'all familiar with alchemists? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And so what did Maccabees do? He furthered the kingdom, but in the midst of it, he still had to assess, okay, who's going to get circumcised? Who do I got to put down? This kind of thing. And so now, jumping into modern times, that's all I'm doing is saying, okay, in my position of building this kingdom, being a part of kingdom building with a like-minded pack of brothers, I need to be rational and intelligent in identifying, okay, who is collaborating with us in a constructive way, and then who just being a mouthpiece for ignorance. And so I do like that's that for Brother Ricky. And then I do like what you said, El Gabar, in regards to having grace. But this is the thing about this grace, this grace thing. There's this guy named Jesse. Is it Jesse Lee Peterson?
Yes.
And you know, I think he said certain things like, you know, he's born in black skin, but you know, the black guy, the super, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Jesse Lee Peterson, the guy in California. He's
The funny dude.
I interviewed his ex-lover years ago, prior to this channel, the other channel. I lost that video. Yeah, he's a closet homosexual, and he's struggling with
Yeah.
homosexuality. But you know, he stands on like the conservative right talking piece. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
And so am I supposed to think that, okay, this is a guy that just needs grace in the aspect of like him being ignorant, or where do we find a person being reprobate is where I'm getting at. He's a reprobate. I think we can all say that Negro there is, with all due respect, is a reprobate.
I think he is a black man that grew up in a conservative time, and I don't know. I think his you know his classic homosexuality, which I do believe he's a gay man, because I spoke to not only his lover was able to show me pictures of him, his mother, his wife. This lover was married, and he had a child, and he confessed to the child, his son, and his wife, and it came out. It was not like a secret that he only told me. There was an interview. There was even a documentary called Amazing, you know, because he used to say that. So they was like they took that and kind of made a name of a documentary. And so I think his coonery, or that's like his coolness,
Yes.
if you want to call it that, comes from a place of like, I don't know. I think his homosexuality is playing some keys of it, but I don't know just where it is. But I think there is a thing that, okay, the white power structure, there are racists, or the racist white people always use the excuse that, black people are uncivilized and criminals, and that's the reason why we don't want to live with them, right? It's not that we racist. If black people were, you know, great, we want them around us, right? And that's always been the thing that's put in front of us as an excuse for, you know, white people. White people say, hey, black people are inferior. This is the reason why we don't want to live around them. If they were normal, we would be around them, right? It's not true. It's a lie. But I believe the powers that be are constantly trying to throw that propaganda, and that's the reason why, brothers, it's very important, and sisters who's listening to the sound of my voice, be careful what you post online. How does that post make you and your people look like? You know, that's going to fit your. If there's, you may joke around about something about your community. Oh, Latinos do this. Oh, black people do this. Oh, we do this, and it's funny and whatever. But it may be continuing the negative stereotype of your race, right? So be careful what you post online. But I believe that the posing on and imposing these negative image all the time plays a psychological thing on people to make people think black people are a certain way, white people are a certain way, Hispanic are a certain way, right? Because if they have done statistics in regards of, and I have, you know, I believe there is reliable statistics that police brutality is very small in the police department. It does happen. It is very small, and it should be dealt with. And that's the reason why it should be dealt with, because if it's so small, you just get rid of the bad apples, right? And they have done like 2% of the police department is let's just say deals with police brutality. Let's say there's more, but even at 2%, and I think there's like 600,000 police officers, law enforcement 2% of that is a lot of people. And if you let those people continue doing that, and you calculate it, it goes between like 12 to 15 unarmed death by police officers by the hands of police, but unarmed men. It's like it happened to be 12 to 15 times a year. Very small. But if the media focus on that and focus on the worst ones all the time, you're going to think it's a greater epidemic. Because I think the problem with the police department is that they're limited on the workforce because not a lot of people want to be police officers. The bad apples, like the guy who shot that lady,
Sonya Bland.
that she had the pot or no, and she, that dude should have been kicked out for a long time. Should have been arrested a long time, and because he got in trouble with one police station, he gets fired, and then another police station hires him. He gets then gets fired in that police station. Those are the people they have to get rid of. So if they get rid of those little bad apples, I think they could do some wonders and things of that nature. But I think a lot of it is the stereotype. Black people are violent. White people are racist. Chinese people don't know how to drive because these negative stereotypes keeps constantly perpetrated in our community, and I think it gets pushed with the social media, and I think we're part of it. It's like we're doing it on our own self. Like the small hats no longer have to promote the stereotype. We're doing it ourselves already. It's like we already looking at the cops. He's racist before he comes up to us in the car. Where the cop is already looking at the black guy as a criminal before he verifies whether he is not. I think we're part of the mind control. And I'm not saying that there are not racist white cops. I'm not saying that there are not black criminals. But if we already are viewing with that negative stereotype, it's like you walk into a barbershop. A Dominican barbershop, for instance, you think a fight is about to break out, and they're talking about baseball because they may be passionate about. But if you don't know the culture, right? You don't know the mannerism. You be and that's part of the whole thing, understanding cultural thing and things of that nature, and not only that, every race should have a friend of another race and ask that friend, hey, what do you think about Dominicans? What do you think about Puerto Ricans? What do you think about, whatever race you are, try to find that friend that will be honest with you. You'd be surprised. And it's not to get offended because every racial group has a negative stereotype and a positive stereotype, right? Mm-hmm. Chinese people can't drive, but they know math very well, right? You want a good lawyer, get yourself a Jewish lawyer, right? Black men are hung, right? There's always these stereotypes that are out there, right? Whether they're true or not, it's out there. I think the powers that be are working behind the scenes, the puppet master, to continue perpetrating these negative stereotypes. And that's the reason we have to have a little more mercy on this situation. And even somebody as crazy and as coonish as Peterson, because the opportunity may present itself that you may change that person's mind. And the way I look at it, what do you have to lose if you be patient? You got nothing to lose for everything to gain. Your patience, you may be surprised. Like, I never thought I could change this dude's mind. But just because, in the same way, I'm not a Catholic. Candace Owens is. I don't agree with Candace Owens in a lot of things, but I do agree with other things. I think she has a good point. I think, her pointing out Israel and what she's going on with that is a good thing. But I would if I would sit down, if I'm patient with her, that patient will open the possibility, the door that perhaps the Catholic religion conversation will come up. And I would be like, look at this book. You ever thought of this book and that book, and look at this situation? And maybe you understand what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about. And I think we have to expend that at all. From the racist Hebrew Israelite, we have to be patient with them and pray for them and make sure God is looking out and maybe changing their heart. We have to also be patient from the white racist cop that it looks at all black people as criminals. We have to be patient, in regards, because that it sometimes is that time, that opportunity, that moment in history and in the universe that you could position yourself, that you could have a conversation with someone that may change their mind, may spark the interest or the direction. And that's what I'm saying. And I think Candace Owens, I think she's looking at the world from her perspective, and it's like, I don't know if you saw that interview that she did with the Breakfast Club a few years back, and they asked her, "How connected are you from the black community?" It's like, "Well, I think I am. I used to listen to Kanye. I like rap music." And they tested her, and one of the test question was, okay, what does this mean? God is good. Right?
I saw that.
And everybody says, within the black community all the time, right?
Yeah.
Candace Owens didn't know that phrase. Why?
Yeah,
she didn't grow up around black people. She didn't grow up with that culture. Doesn't mean that she's not black. Doesn't mean she's not from the tribe of Judah. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean that she's not. Because it's for us to bring a sister like her and to understand our point of view. And I'm not representing the black point of view or the white point of view. I'm presenting Christ's point of view. Like, we see that, okay, she didn't grow up around black people. She's not gonna, right? And sometimes what happens is, and it happens a lot within our people, that black people or Hispanic people or our people are not culturally, I hate to say culturally black or culturally Hispanic, like, I don't dance salsa, or I don't, I like listen to rock. I don't listen to hip hop, or, oh, you're not black. Oh, you're not one of us. You're not really. And we got to stop that. Because what's happening is that, first of all, we may be cutting off an ally.
Right, and I would like to touch on that. So
a potential ally, so that, and I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just saying that, just generally speaking, even if she believes that, I think these conversations, because you never know, like, we may in the future, interview these people and have a conversation with these people, and we don't want to ruin the possibility of maybe having them see our point. That's what I'm saying.
And I appreciate you saying that, because it reeled me back into what I initially wanted to say. I agree with you on that. I definitely do agree with you on that, Elder and Ricky. And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the stance that you guys are taking in this matter, which is to pretty much lower down my temperature, maybe with, or maybe that's still too abrasive. Let me angle it this way: that I need to. I can identify something, but just because I see it this way, there are other things that I need to consider on the why. I need to consider the why is this taking place, and in that why, I can then accumulate this authentic grace for this person. Because without the why, you won't accumulate grace. You'll just see them for this blanket level individual. But with the why, you can accumulate grace, and in that grace, you have this idea that maybe this person can be redeemed. And so I believe that right there is the Spirit of Christ. Whenever I hear the Spirit of Christ,
not only that, and this is a trick that I use for me. When I having if I'm against someone, and I got to go back to willing back in my psyche. I'm having an argument with somebody, or someone is against me, or what, or there's an issue. I don't look at them. I say this person is possessed by a demon. I blame the demon. So that makes me sympathize with the person. So then that will allow me to say it's like your friend who you love and you love him and you guys are cool, but he gets drunk one night and curse you out. And you're like, yo, bro, you drunk. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Go to bed. You sympathize because you know he's drunk, right? Or the neighborhood drunk. He's wonderful when he's drunk, but when he's drunk, watch out. Oh, that's Crazy Billy, the drunk, right? People sympathize with that. They know it is the alcohol. Doesn't mean you don't talk. Hey, you have to stop drinking. You know, it's not good for you, but at least you know that's the clutch. That's what works for me. And what I also realize, man, we are all stuck here in this planet, the human race. And that includes every race. We're stuck here. We are all sons and daughters of Adam and Eve. And we're stuck here in this planet trying to figure things out and wheel our life. And we got enemies and friends and foes, and some of us are presidents, some of us are soldiers, some of us are police officers, some of us are homeless, some of us are teachers, some of us looking for that. We're all stuck here in this planet. We have to kind of be a little merciful towards one another, because you get what I'm saying? We're all stuck here. Candace Owens stuck here. That racist cop is stuck here. We all just stuck here waiting for the redemption of humanity to some degree. And we all grow up with different points of view, and we have crazy. That's why I always, when someone says something that triggers me, I try to understand them, because at least that makes, it helps me not get angry. And because anger holds you down and triggers you, like, you heard the nerve of this dude, bro. Yeah. Right? And it ruins your day. Right? And then I think when you do not understand why someone does something, it's easier to demonize them. Oh, he's right. And I think, like, Peterson, I think he's struggling with, and I think what's happening is, I think Peterson, he probably remembers, he's old enough to remember when every black person that he saw was wearing a suit, saying good morning, good afternoon, God-fearing. He remembered those era. I mean, Peterson, he's in his, I believe, his late 70s. He's been around for a while. So he remembers that. He remembers when we were better people in regards of culturally speaking. He lived before, hip hop and, that culture. He remembered when every black person was in church on Easter and wearing their Sunday best and, was a respectable, there was not this negative stereotype in black people. So he probably wants to go back to those days, and he figures that white people represents that better than black people today, or kind of, and so I don't agree with it, but I understand with it, with where he's coming from, but it's I get it, man, and this is going to be everybody's greatest test, to sympathize with our enemies and our foes and people that we disagree with. And that's why I was trying to sympathize, even sympathize with Netanyahu. Why is he doing it? Is he delusional? Is he think he's a Jew fulfilling the prophecy, and that's why why he's doing it? Or he's a Luciferian, and even sympathize with the Luciferian, because Satan is tricking them. Satan is tricking Esau as well. Satan wants all of us to die, including Esau. He wants humanity to die. He's just using He's just looking down and be like, yeah, let me use, Jacob, Ishmael, they had a beef with, he's using all of us against each other. He doesn't love anybody.
Exactly.
He
Can I say
hates
this?
us. He hates humanity.
And it's a
go ahead.
question. It's a question for clarity. And like I said, I agree. I'm gonna do my best to operate with my best foot forward, and the perspective, understanding the why, and then going about, seeing how I can be constructive instead of destructive. So I retract that. I retract that approach on this podcast and made towards Candace with this new wherewithal. So I'll say that.
And let me know what happens. Let me know your journey. I'd like to know because I think it does something to you when you look at it that way. You're gonna be triggered, but just acknowledge it and wheel it back and try to figure it out why people do certain things. But go ahead.
Furthermore, I would like to discuss, and this is my position on it. Whenever the Jeremiah 51, it says, "Oh, you'll be my battle axe, weapons of war, and with you will smite the nations." Whenever and so in regards to our enemies, like is it that now is not the dispensation of that? Like now is it like the dispensation of grace? Kind of like what we just discussed, but then, and because we're in this dispensation of grace, we're not to take on that approach of certain prophetic things to come forward,
right?
Which would kind of go into what Solomon said in Ecclesiastes, which is there's a time for everything under heaven, a time for this, a time for that, a time for this, a time for that. And so now would be the incorrect time to establish those kind of sentiments found in those prophecies like Jeremiah 51, and that. When it's time, the Most High will upload that into us, and then we will carry out those certain things prophetically.
Right, and it will be an honor to do it. In other words, like a privilege, meaning you need to, and all of us need to take on the principles and the teachings of Christ, put on Christ. Or you could have the honor and the privilege to be in that position. It said this honor holds all the saints. I'm paraphrasing. They're going to have the scriptures in one hand and a sword in the other hand to execute judgment on the nation. This honor has all the saints. So
Psalms
it's not.
149.
Yeah, you gotta have the honor. You gotta have the privilege. You have to become that. You have to become worthy of God choosing you to have that. It's not going to be anybody, Tom, Dick, and Harry. So I think now is
tryouts.
The tryouts, but more importantly, you have to is when Christ says, "Love your enemy." It's not going to be a doormat, right? It's understanding that your enemy are also being used by the devil. They're the ones that the devil convinced. You are the ones that did it. The devil convinced. You get what I'm saying? We're the same people. It's just the devil just got smart enough. Now, the devil could get smart enough in the future. Something could happen to you. God forbid, a death in your family, a horrific event. You might turn on God and be like, "Yo, I'm going." You get what I'm saying? So we're by the scripture said by the righteous will scarcely be saved, will barely make it. So I think now is the time to zero in and not get triggered one or the other. One thing I used to like about the concept of being stoic and being like that emotionless type of person that thing doesn't, good or bad. You don't get happy or sad, right? And it seems boring and non-eventful, but I like the protection of being emotionless one way or the other because it does protect you. Your emotions does guide you, right? Desire, happiness, sadness, right? If you don't have no emotions and you kind of like think like Spock, everything logic, that's a superpower. Right?
Elder, I kind of disagree because Paul speaks of a godly sorrow. And then
No,
there's different.
I'm speaking like this. I'm not saying this is biblical. What I'm saying is, I'm saying that there is a something to be said to control your emotions,
I
and
agree
there's
with
something
that.
there's something to be said, and I'm using like Spock, right? They view emotion as a negative. I'm not saying emotion is a negative. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying there is a superpower to it, or I see the logic of not having emotions. If you didn't have emotion, or you just dealt with logic, what's logical as the concept of Spock, and he doesn't have emotions or whatever, or he's half human. But I like these movies and shows, so bear with me. That's what I'm saying. It's like there is strength in not having emotions. Now, the dark side of that is psychopath, right? Psychopaths don't have
Exactly.
emotion, right? So I get that situation, but I'm acknowledging when you can control your emotions and not have it, or not let it, trigger
I
you.
agree.
That's where the power is at. That's what I'm saying. But go ahead.
Okay. I agree. Because my mind went somewhere else. But yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Go
Can
ahead,
I
brother
say
Rick.
this? What I would like to say is this. Like on the thing about Candace Owens or whatever, and individuals like her, just remember this. Charlie Kirk spoke certain ways towards the black community, and they said that he was racist. But then when you fully put it in context, he came up a certain way. Now, just like towards before they took him out, he started changing. He started learning things. Just like he went from believing in Sunday worship to start following the Sabbath. You, Brother Daniel, and myself got a bunch of family members who still part of Sunday worship, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, are we black people? Are we Israelites? Which one?
We are Israelites.
Okay, so is the black culture following the code of the Most High God, or is the black culture against the Word of God?
It is 100% against the word of God.
Couldn't that be considered being a coon too, against the Most High?
I have never in my life thought about it like that.
See, we gotta be careful with these isotropes in the way that we deem people, because guess what? Candace Owens never sat across a brother like me. She never sat across a brother like Elder Gabar. So therefore, by having grace, mercy, compassion, understanding, being wise as a serpent, but not being one, being able to convey a certain conversation can open her mind to be like, you know what? No one ever never brought this kind of information to me in this particular way that made me understand. Okay, now I understand what y'all been going through because I was brought up in a different neighborhood. That's what she'll say. Also think about it like this. Yes, them people put guns in our neighborhood. Yes, they put drugs in our neighborhood. Did that mean we have to sell it to each other? Did we have to go and kill one another? No. We could, if we had the mindsets like our people in the 1930s, you know what we would have did? We would have doggone built us something amongst ourselves and not went against one another. Because here it is, what's being more of a coon and you killing somebody because, oh, I rock red and you rock blue. Oh, I'm from east side, you from west side. What? So you took them out for that? Oh, but because this person viewed our people a certain way, that makes them racist? We must stop behaving like peasants. We must stop behaving like fools and then get mad when somebody talk about the very thing that we doing. So what I'm trying to get us to do is elevate our minds out of this sorry way of thinking. Because if we don't, we're going to fall. Because again, this ain't about the black community. This is about the Most High. You think, okay, let's be honest. You think the Most High care about the black community? When the black community don't even care about itself. It's people in Chicago living right now with bullets ripped through the house from a drive-by or a shootout and babies get killed. Is that right? Everybody know who the shooters is. Everybody know who the doggone thugs is, but don't nobody want to tell. Is that right? Do you not know in the word of God, them kind of people we supposed to go tell on?
Yes, sir.
But are we doing
So,
that?
no, sir.
So what I'm saying is we got to stand. This is why it's important for us to learn the word of God and study it, because we'll hit on one point, but then we'll miss it over here. We'll uphold this, but we'll miss on that. Because think about it, Paul and Christ. I could bring up both of them. The biggest gripe that Christ had was with the disciples was the fact that they lacked faith. And then we talk about Paul. Paul went into all the places that Paul went and executed his job that he had at the time. Because remember, Paul used to execute the Jews. That was his job. He didn't know what he was doing at the time, but who had grace and mercy on him?
Yeah.
The Most High God. And
let
he
me also-
used Paul.
Yeah.
And then Paul we know Paul is one of the greatest apostles of all. And what he do? He went into places, he had to contend just like Christ. He had to contend with the people. He didn't go there calling, oh, y'all coons, y'all this and y'all, nah. He spoke with them with words. He spoke with them with wisdom. See, our people back from the time period of the late 1930s to the like 1970s, couldn't nobody touch us in America when it came to the debate club. We was untouchable when it came to the battles of the mind. And what did they learn? What did those on a higher level to do? They said, well, we got to poison these people's mindset because they're too powerful. We can't control them. So let's put some stuff in their food. Let's tell these women to get on these prescription drugs and pregnancy thing, birth control. Because meanwhile, I played the video thing that was last week, whatever, about how your girl
Oh
she
yeah, it
got
was the
on the
Asian
birth
woman.
control.
Patrick Bet David interviewed her. Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
And the liberal doctor told her that the birth control was going to help her problems when what it did was control her mind. What they doing to our sisters. It's we us brothers, we gotta do what we need to do. Cause we lacking. We sit up here still talking about the black community. The heck with it. It's about being with the Most High, because the Most High ain't taking none of this mess. All this thug God and all that stuff. All right. I want to see all these hard thug God jokers be tough when Big Brother come back with 10,000 of his holy ones. Let's see who be thugged out then.
Can I please speak to? I just want to speak to Brother Ricky real quick in
Yeah.
regards to what I believe he's saying. You're saying that if there's ever a negative, if there is ever a abrasive criticism or vitriol directed at this black community, that we are to not engage in it because it's not even a representation of what what we are desiring or what to desire. Is that essentially the thought process behind it?
Right, because what I'm saying is this. The stuff that we don't want said about us, number one, we cannot be on the internet putting it out there. If our brothers out here doing street takeovers, going into these stores, snatching goods, our sisters out here stopping at the red light, twerking on the headlights and all this other stuff, how you think they're gonna view us? Are we gonna be able to act like that in the kingdom of the Most High? Nope. So if it ain't about the Most High, because it's about His will and His way, and if we ain't doing according to His will and His way, we won't make it. So we gotta be standing strong for Him. Because we sit up here talking about the black community, whereas is the black community standing up for the tenets of the Most High God, His laws, His statutes, and His commandments? No. So we must smite all of it down.
I have to then I ask myself this question, and while you're breaking out these very good points. So Daniel, what about myself makes me feel like I need to be an advocate for the black community, or the black community? Let's just call it for what it is, straightforward. I
Because
believe
we was born and raised in this thing, man. And so we are part of that because that's what we was raised on. But then this is a higher level where it says, come out of her, my people. That's a whole nother level of it. Not only the system, come out of the very thing that you have been entrapped in. The first step is thinking outside the box. The final step is understanding that the box never existed. It just made you believe it did. It's just like chickens. You could put a chicken in the coop and they'll stay in that coop, right? But then eventually, if you take them out of that coop, regardless on how far they will go, they will still remain in this circle because their mind is entrapped. We got to remember our minds are infinity. We have great power. That's why they have done the things they have done to the greatest lengths to us, to destroy us mentally, physically, emotionally, and psychologically. We have to overcome that. That's why I bring out saying we must detoxify our minds, our bodies, and our souls, because we have been drenched in been drenched in poison.
Right.
And until we get out of that, we ain't gonna be able to understand the war at the highest level that we need to fight it on.
And to follow up what brother Danny, you were saying about black activists, part of the trick is to trigger us to get involved in some form of black or brown or political narrative. That's part, because you see all this imagery, you see this, and then you want to do something about it. And you want to get involved politically, socially, protest, talk. I want to say something. And I'm not saying that's wrong necessarily, but that's part of the psyop. And I think what we are trying to do here is look at it, and especially for our brothers, sisters too, but especially our brothers, because these are the leaders, these are the people that are going to be protecting their family, the women, the children, and things of that nature, to not get emotionally involved, to start looking at certain people a certain kind of way, in the same way that the cop is coming out of his car, stopping a black man, and that negative, he is infected with everything he's watching online. And the black man, he's infected with everything he's watching online. And they're already and is an antagonist situation. I'm gonna deal with a attitude problem with this black guy. The black guy's like, I'm gonna be dealing with a racist guy. But if you judge the matter individually, and each person individually, and without the stereotype, because you notice nothing that is going on television, on the internet, me personally, I'm speaking for myself, I don't know if you guys feel the same, I have not experienced a transgender person telling me that's not my pronouns. I never experienced that. And I have spoken to gay people in New York. It's like, you come across people. You come across all kinds of people. You have conversation. I never come across somebody getting mad because of, you mistransgender me. I never come across that. I have never seen a transgender person in the men's bathroom or the women's bathroom, and I have never seen it. I'm not saying you guys have experienced or it doesn't happen, but I never experienced. I haven't seen an Antifa protests. I haven't seen none of that. What I see on television, I'm seeing. And I think what's happening is that they will put the television or the camera in front of an event in some particular place, somewhere. They take that video and they keep looping it in different areas that you think the whole world's burning down. I remember when the COVID was going on here in New York, people was calling me like, "Yo, Obadiah, you okay, bro? Hearing all these riots in New York." No, everything's good. Because what happened? That's how the media works. They'll focus on one area, downtown Manhattan, somewhere. If you go there where the protest is happening, you experience. But you go 20 blocks down, you don't even hear it. You don't even know it's going on unless somebody's telling you. And I think that's the mind control of television and the way everything is operated today. I'm glad we're having these conversations, because these conversations it just gives us a different point of view. I'm enjoying your point of view, brother Daniel, brother Ricky. I hope you guys could learn from my point of view. Folks online, I don't know, brother Ricky, if anybody online say anything worth saying, so forth, so on. But it's just a different point of view. We're not going to agree on everything. And that's what I want men going God's way to represent, that we're going to see things differently, especially these prophecies. That's why I want to have these conversations. I don't know if Israel doing this. I'm not saying they are doing this. I'm just having a discussion on perhaps this may be the possibility of what they're doing. But I could be wrong. I don't know. In prophecy, it's a funny thing. We don't know how it's going to be fulfilled until it gets fulfilled. So on. So, any last words before we end the shows, brother? I think we had a good conversation today.
Man, I was just schooled, and this is why I'm here, guys. Like, this is why I decided to make men go in God's way the institution in which I will be nurtured and brought forth, because the Spirit, just based upon my research and understanding, and this is the place for me to be taught. So I just got schooled. I appreciate it. I love it. What Brother Ricky said pricked me to the heart. What you said pricked me to the heart. And yeah, I'm gonna walk in it. I'll definitely let you know the outcomes of this best foot forward. So I appreciate it.
Absolutely,
That's it.
absolutely. And this is the experiment that we're doing. This is what we're trying to bring young men out, and we want some of the brothers. That's why I was encourage the brothers that are men going God's way to call in, chime in, because I want. We are going to be the change that we want. We have to become the change that we want to, and it starts with us. And to do the war cry, do the sound the alarm, or have these uncomfortable conversation, and just be polite with one another, be patient with one another, learn words that express your thoughts in a non-combative way. That's a talent. I think James chapter 3 verse 1, it says, if a man if he masters the speech, word of speech without offending, he has a master a great thing. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
It's a skill, talking, communicating, right? And I think the reason why we communicate the way we do is because we grew up in a combative neighborhood. It's always aggressive and people making fun of you, and people, and you have to, stand up for yourself. And so you go through your entire life always being in like this attack mode or defending your stand. And we have to learn how to communicate and navigate through our differences, because we learn a lot from I learned a lot from you, brother Daniel, brother Ricky. I learned from him, and I hope he learns from me, and we learn from each other. That's the whole thing. And yeah, each one teach one, and where we weak. So I'm glad we had these conversations. I just thought it comes worth talking, but it went somewhere else. But ultimately, we how is the internet affecting us psychically? Watching it too much, I think you should talk to more people. I think culturally, in your neighborhood, you should try to have roundtable discussion with people and having discussions about things, but make sure that you set the setting of peace and love and harmony. And let's be, let's not. We could disagree, but not in a disagreeable kind of way. That's a talent, and that needs to be had. I was investigating going into TikTok and having like a live channel on TikTok. I kind of walked away from him a little bit because, I just felt that it's too easy when people are, it is a voice. People are like far away, safe in their room. People just rude and obnoxious, and I didn't know how a better way to control it, and I might still go back to it, but the same thing still is here, right? I want to have a conversation that people could have, even disagree with me, and each other, and because in every disagreement and different points of view, the truth is hidden somewhere in there. The more people stay in the conversation and in the agreement, the more that we could find the truth, and so forth, so on. And I got to constantly remind myself of that, constantly. And I think this show does remind me, because you got to practice what you preach, right? It's important. So I just want to thank you, brothers, for having this conversation with me and enjoying what we do on the Sabbath, is resting, meditating on the Word, meditating on what's going on, and I just feel that we need to engage more with these conversations, because the more we engage, the more we're able to figure out the truth, and more we're able to finally get to the bottom of it, so to speak, right? But let me know if you guys come across other video that is saying this thing. If Netanyahu and his crazy crew is actually wants to usher in this hate and this resentment that is happening, that is starting, which I believe it happened organically, but they're capitalizing on it, or maybe it didn't start organically. They want to be hated for a purpose. It's a wild thought. I don't know if it's true. I'm not convinced it is yet, but it's out there in the ether. And let me know if you guys have come across other videos or other information that may shed light on this one way or the other. So until next time, may the Most High keep you and watch you. And remember, Christ is King. Shalom.